And now to a player determined to turn around the deficit and secure a 4th appearance in the last 16. A ranking event winner, a Crucible semi-finalist. He'll come out tonight and give it absolutely everything. Here he is, Dave Gilbert. To a player just 4 frames away from the second round. 2 centuries already today. He's in the groove and he's in the mood. 4 times a ranking event winner. He's the reigning, defending champion of the world, the Belgian bullet, Luca Bracel.
The defending champion out. I'll tell you what, that is the picture of composure right there. Luca Bracel, can he break the Crucible curse? Well, let's find out in our first match, which will play to a conclusion. And we can hand to our commentary team of Neil Folds and Dave Hendon.
I don't care what anyone says, money can't buy this anywhere else. Here we go then, Dave Gilbert was 9-6 down. He's fought back superbly. It's all on this for place in round 2 of the World Championship. Bracel last year dodged so many proverbial bullets. He's in the firing line again.
Well, already it's a different sort of safety shot you've got to be playing here. Can't get down to the bulk end because of the red down there. And it really is tense. This is why this is such a wonderful place to play snooker. There have been so many matches over the years. Too many to even contemplate at this stage. That have been like this, tense. Involving world champions. As he got a bit of cover. He's lucky, although he should be snooker behind the green, really. For his next shot, Luca Bracel.
Yeah, the last first-time champion to lose in round 1 was Stuart Bingham, 2016. That was a decider with Ali Carter. Joe Johnson, who we mentioned earlier, he won in 87 in round 1, 10-9 against Eugene Hughes.
Foul.
Well, he's trying to pot the red, isn't he? But white's gone in.
Yeah, I mean, he's been chancing his arm once too many there. It was kind of shot where he just hit it as hard as he could, and again, you kind of lose your idea of how it's going to bounce from the cushion at such force. Well, it's kind of on David Gilbert now, isn't it, more than it has been to get here. I'm not saying it will stop him winning, but now he has got a chance to get this match won. He's not playing catch-up anymore. He's caught up.
Yeah, exactly. It's a different psychology. First chance to win, rather than just stay in the match. It'll be a big one for him, obviously, to beat the defending champ and move himself into round 2. Of course, he runs a club now, doesn't he? Potters in swaddling coat. I'm sure they'll be there now, around the telly, with a couple of beverages. Cheering on every ball here.
I
think everyone thought when the qualifiers were finished was a pretty formidable bunch coming through. No one lower than 45 in the world. Very close, really, to the seeds, it felt. And we've seen that in this match for sure.
20.
This is where things go the other way now. How's he end up in this small predicament here? And he's played on the 2 reds to middle. He's got too close to them. He knows there's 3 reds he can land on. He's landed in one place where all 3 are difficult. Now he's got to get the spider out.
Spider, sure.
Well played, really good. And he covered the situation with it. It was a horrid little shot to have to play.
$28. 29.
What a chance. But it's been a match full of twists and turns, hasn't it? Little bits of luck here and there as well. Really, right from frame 1, it's been an exhilarating watch, hasn't it? Couldn't take your eyes off a single moment.
36.
Purcell hoping he will still have a moment in the decider. It's going to have to come soon.
37.
The situation itself means anything can go wrong. We've already seen that from
44.
The world champion in this match. So there's still a bit of hope, but it's running out until the line is met.
45.
I have to say one thing, though. Gilbert has started to play some really good snooker. Hold himself together for a bit longer.
$52. $53.
Still a lot of points on the table, though. 83. If Luca Purcell ever gets the chance to get back to it. I think he's a little concerned when he pots the pink. Will it block off the couple of reds in the centre of the table when it's respotted? Certainly won't make things easier. So now he's looking at other options, those 2 reds. See, he couldn't play on the red onto the right corner because the pink was going to respot.
59.
Well, if it's going to go wrong, it's probably going to have to be now. Very good.
60.
Near perfect on the blue, just a slight angle.
Yeah, he needs, after the blue, another red. And Purcell will need snookers. And surely, if he is beaten, he will
65.
really think about some of the missed opportunities tonight from 9-6 up. This is the ball. And it's not there.
Well, he wasn't on it properly. He was not on it properly. You could see that. He had
Gilbert,
to
65.
flick a bit aside. I saw Paul Collier looking down the line as if to say, well, that doesn't quite go. He's got lucky. He's got lucky. So there's something for Luca. At least another visit to the table while he can still win. It might not happen this shot. Might not happen at all, but that is a first-class safety shot, so there could be another twist, you know. How could you ever rule it out? He doesn't really want to play the right-hand red, but because it's semblance of a safe red. It designs on maybe nudging the black safe there. What a match this has been, eh? A real roller coaster. Is there another twist and turn? There might be.
I'm sure what Gilbert will be wary of is Brissell playing sort of one Hollywood pot to get in, and then the clearance could be on, couldn't it? It's not like he's got colours on cushions for security. Still needs one red. So that's 2 attempts he's had at match ball.
Yeah, a little bit of a jab, but again, who can blame him for not having the smoothest shot there?
Got another 16 days of this drama. That's why we love it, of course, here at the Crucible. Crowd have had their tickets for a year, a lot of them, when they went on sale after last year's final.
I mean, from a neutral's point of view, you'd kind of like to see what happened if Luca could get the chance and what he could do about it. But, you know, I think quite honestly at the moment, what I've seen on the balance of play, Gilbert deserves to win. Whether that means he will, of course, who knows? But he deserves it. Very risky shot and a very difficult shot. He didn't know what to do. If it goes into the green pocket, it's virtually a free shot, but it's quite tight, that, isn't it? That's not really a very comforting view. He could roll it in the middle, but then he's going into the 3 reds, and he could let Brissell back in. So he's thinking of rolling it in the middle, but as I say, a collision with the 3 reds could bring them into play more so. There's always something in there at this game.
Well, he's had 2 goes already at potting match ball. This has taken some time to think about. nearly 2 minutes. But this time it's in. And barring snookers, Dave Gilbert will be into round 2 of the World Championship.
Yeah, now's the time just to make sure. Maybe just roll the blue onto the cushion, don't even try anything else.
Ramble.
Or the brown onto the cushion. Just put something safe, because not much is. Yes, it's a snooker required. But if he ever got one, Brissell, then something to stop him clearing. So brown over on the right cushion. He's given up.
Wow, he's not playing on. The Crucible curse has claimed another victim. Luca Brissell, the Belgian bullet, has been shot down in round 1 of the World Championship. What a difference a year makes. But credit to Dave Gilbert, what a great comeback from 9-6 down. He's the winner in a thriller, 10-9.
Second successive appearance in the second round. He clearly loves the biggest stage of all. Quarter-finalist last year. He was brilliant in the qualifiers and brilliant yesterday. Always calm, always composed. Here comes the silent assassin, Jack Jones. His opponent, returning to the Crucible for the first time in 5 years yesterday, he showed real character to nick the last of the session and close the gap. He needs to draw on the confidence of that inspirational charge up into the world's top 16. Here comes China's snooker panda, Zhang Anda.
A very good morning, everyone, and welcome to
a player to watch for the future.
Frame 14.
And who knows, his future could be this 2 weeks.
a couple of reds mischievously going towards a side cushion. And now the black might be tied up.
Well, he hasn't potted many long balls, Zhang Anda. He's been close many times. Again, it wasn't far away, but just enough to miss. Where the cue balls landed, it's very difficult for Jack Jones to pot a red, finish on a colour.
A badly weighted safety.
Yeah, I just wonder if you can see the two reds below the pink. And if so, no. Another long pot for Jack. Well, hasn't landed too badly. What a nice little flick that was on the yellow.
Shots like that can look so innocuous, but that flick made so much difference.
Absolutely, that little flick could win in this match. nicely judged. Knew he was leaving the red to the middle, but there's no colour for it. So just another snooker, or attempted snooker to play. Try and get that cue ball in behind brown and green. Well, that's another nice little flick, this time on the blue.
Well, that was a good reply.
Yeah, and that was a good flick on the brown. So both players having some nice little touches. And this time force the mistake. Where's that red going to finish? Where's that red going to go? Wow, one more roll and it would have dropped in. And look at the position on the blue. But he forced the mistake there, hang under with that little flick on the brown. Put his opponent in trouble.
When we went over to his face then, Jack Jones, I'm not a lip reader, but I think I know what he said, and I couldn't repeat it.
Well, I thought he would have played cushion first with that red over the pocket there, because it's always difficult to get it out into good position. And it was awkward, the brown. So black and pink, difficult places. Slightly hampered by the blue.
Come on, Jan, keep the match going, keep the pot boiling. You never know at the Crucible.
Well, taking the more difficult red to try and gain some position, because the red over the pocket, very difficult to get to a colour from. So, Jack with a chance. Difficult table, nowhere near as easy as it was in the last frame when he had a couple of chances. He couldn't have played that any better, could he? Great shot, that.
Throughout the match, Joe, he's had no problem at all generating an awful lot of backspin when he plays below centre striking on the cue ball. Sometimes to his own detriment. There, it really zipped back ideally. Got to tell you this. Joe O'Connor leads Mark Selby 6-2. Selby was in, Mr. Pink to middle. O'Connor made 74.
that's a good shot. Trying to develop the pink, which he has done.
12.
And that's given him a good chance to win this frame and match. Just that one positive shot there has opened up this frame.
$13.
General rule of thumb when it comes to break building, if 2 of the 3 high-value colours are available and the reds are open, the guys fancy their chances.
$18. $19.
And with the red so close to the pocket, Joe, that was well judged.
Yeah, I thought it was too hard, but the cue ball seemed to slow down. I don't think these tables are as fast as some of the tables that we've seen. Seem to slow down pretty quickly. Maybe it's just because it's a new cloth.
$20. $25.
And just about got the right side of the blue. Because had he been straight, there was basically no red to play for.
The winning post
30.
starting to come into sight again, as he did in the previous frame, of course. On that occasion, James broke down, went 44 ahead.
$31.
And this time he is short. It should have been the right side of the blue there. I think the pink is very tight. If he was right behind it, maybe.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. The pink will pop, but not into its full pocket, so this is the right thing to do. Especially now he's avoided the brown.
Yeah, I don't think he's on anything though. Yeah, the safety, not easy.
46.
May see him just touching the red here.
Jack Jones 36.
Doesn't want to leave it touching. Looks a good safety. Not quite a snooker. But that is a great safety shot from Jack Jones. He's forced the error from Zhang Anda. That was just a little pacey. Doesn't need to do much with the cue ball here. He could play for the pink into the middle. Or the pink into the corner. Important thing was to pot the red. Just a little pacey for the blue.
Nicely controlled, and the chance again falls in the lap of Jones.
Yeah, lots of left-hand side on the cue ball here. Look at it check. Back for this red.
7.
And now the old heart will be pumping. 37 points the lead. 43 with this pink. Easy red to come to the left corner, which releases the other two reds to the right corner. Now, he could have done with being the other side of this red. He's just made that a little bit more difficult for himself by being high on it. A little shake of the head, because he knows low on this red would have been guaranteed position. Now it may not be guaranteed.
14.
Yep. Well, it's going to take a good shot to get to the red here. The red to the right of the black spot. It's the only one he could finish on. 45-point lead. 51 with the pink. He's getting closer. And that's a terrific recovery shot. Absolutely spot on. What a great shot this was. Terrific pot and position. Needs another red from this pink. I think he's just about the right side of it to stun down for these two reds. Yeah, well played. And now just this easy red to leave Zhang Anda needing snookers.
27. 20.
With this win, he's not only guaranteed a place in the last 16, he's also guaranteed leaving the Crucible with a great shot at his highest ever ranking. As for Zhang Anda,
34.
his season has been a revelation. This match has been
35.
one he will want to forget very quickly. It's going to be 10-4 Zhang over and out.
Again, 35.
The handshake arrives. Zhang Anda, international championship winner, this year departs the Crucible at the earliest available opportunity. But Jack Jones, who impressed so much on his debut last year, has again negotiated.
He showed all his class yesterday with that break of 74 in the last to stay in touch. Can he continue the comeback? Here he is, the Prince of Persia, Hossein Vafaei. And finally, to the most decorated left-handed player in history. 4 frames away from a 12th appearance in the last 16 at the end of a season in which he's produced another 5 major crowns. Back to his very, very best. Here comes the ace in the pack, Judd Trump.
Here we go then. He had a few chances in that frame. In the end, he needed the awkward pink. He tried to release it.
Thank you, the 15th
Couldn't
frame.
cannon it out. And then
Trump-Sabra.
Hossein Vafaei was able to pop the pink and the black to make it 4 down with 5 to play.
One.
Yeah, Judd, just coming down to have a look. I think he was just double checking that red beside the black isn't available.
Just Trump one.
1 or 2 errors just creeping into Trump's game inside of victory. He was pretty much flawless in moving from 6-4 to 9-4.
One.
Yeah, I just feel there's just been a lapse in concentration.
Three. Four.
Cue ball's just run on a little more than he wanted.
I sang the faithful. Same. Touching hands. Okay.
Rob Spencer confirming touching ball.
Swan. Yeah.
Awkward queuing, so out comes the swan neck to bridge over that cluster of reds.
play that well. And to judge the pace and the angle. Might have to play the very same shot again. So a good chance here to open the pack and get a good white, try and get some cover behind a ball colour. Yeah, probably a little bit fortunate there, Judd, to get away with it. It was a difficult putt, but I think we probably expected him still to putt it.
The previous frame, which Vafai won, was the first tight one of the match that he's managed to claim, and that really is the difference in this match. Tried with those 3 clearances in the first session, which made all the difference.
It's noticeable the last frame or so. The crowd definitely giving Hussein a little bit more support. It was a basic enough safety shot. Still got a ripple of applause for it. They'd like to see this match go closer.
Just grazed the red.
And ideally we can come off this red and more leave the white on the cushion behind the yellow on that line. That's what he's trying to do. Yeah, it's more important that you get the line rather than on the cushion. That's a good shot. Yeah, probably a little bit unfortunate saying Judd could see the fine edge. Still a good bit of cueing from Judd. They hit it so thin. Judd got a good length on the cue ball, but red close to the pocket. He's coming down. Now there's every chance of playing this, particularly with pace. It's going to bring towards the reds and the pink. Just has to totally commit to getting the pot. Don't get too concerned where the white goes. Just pot it, stay at the table. You can always play a safety from there. Again, because he was so unsure of where the white would go, didn't want to take a risk. Again, that's a good sign there from Hussein. Took the time and effort to find a shot. have taken the time and effort not to try and give Judd an easy chance. To have that happen. That's an unbelievable shot.
Blue ball.
I think Trump wants this over with here and now. Clearly irritated not to close the deal in the previous frame when he had a few chances, including the one where he felt he was distracted on his shot.
He'd nearly need to see that plant again. I don't know if it was on or he made it himself.
Seven.
Again, played it right-handed, but just fractionally overhit. Nice opportunity here for Judd to... Of course, he'd love to win the frame here, but ideally get a big lead. A couple of reds close to the side cushion.
16.
We'll give him an extra bit of insurance with that lead.
Seventeen. $23. 24.
'After playing the next colour, ideally you'd like to be close to the black cushion
29.
in the line behind the black spot. Give him a choice of a couple of reds just to free the path for the others.
30.
Since the resumption this afternoon, Judd Trump's highest break, just 43. If you'd been told that before a ball was struck in session 2, you might have expected Hossein Vafai to be a lot closer than he is, but this match has not really been about the breaks. It's been about the quality of Trump's all-round match play, his long potting, which has set up so many opportunities for him, and his ability to punish when Vafai hasn't been quite able to put a frame away.
Yeah,
36.
potting this red, the top red of the three there, closest to the black, would also be available.
$37.
It was a little bit tricky, that red. Had to give it his full attention. As a result, compromised the positional side slightly. Judge the angle, well, just a little bit short of pace. I'd like to be a lot straighter on this red. You can see it there, exactly what he's seen.
Judd Trump. 43.
So he matches his highest break of the session. And it's a useful lead given the state of the table. Another shake of the head from Trump, who wants this over with. number of awkward reds for Fahey to negotiate to get back into this frame and keep this match alive.
Yeah, poor safety shot from Hussain there. Could have easily guaranteed keeping the red ball safe. Yeah, he's put a very high percentage of these shots during the match. He obviously felt it was worth the risk. It was a difficult enough pot, but he was going to bring other reds into play. But you feel that's his last shot this year's tournament.
A couple more reds with high value colours would be enough for Trump.
What? Six. Seven.
47 the lead, 51 left. So this pink is match ball. Judd Trump arrived here at the World Championship 12 months ago off the back of a largely frustrating season, the Masters triumph aside, and lost in the first round to Anthony McGill.
Judd Trump 13.
12 months on, he's looking like a very different proposition. He's been tuned in to this match right from the off. He knew he had to play well. He was up against a very difficult opponent in Hossein Vafai. And his all-round game has been very impressive. One snooker required. And the in-off could seal his fate. It's now two snookers. If Trump can knock this red in, and he's been very adept at potting reds just like this all match, it's over. Hossein bows his head. He would have come into this match with high hopes, having played so well in qualifying. But Judd Trump is going to be moving through. That seals it.
Eight. No.
Yeah, there's been a lot to like about Judd's game. Again, his highest break of the match, only 77. It's all other departments have been very good. If he adds heavy scoring to his repertoire, must have a massive chance.
17.
That's the confidence of all those wins this season, 5 ranking events.
Cue for some naughty snooker. Now the job is done, the pressure's off, and he can look forward to the round of 16.
Judd Trump 24.
Judd Trump negotiates a difficult first hurdle at the World Championship to move through to the round of 16. A consummate all-round performance from Trump. His match play was outstanding, and he was ruthless in punishing Hossein Vafai's mistakes. He comes through by 10 frames to 5 to play the Tom Ford.
He finished the first session with a vital half-century to close the gap. Twice a semi-finalist here, winner of 6 ranking titles in all. He will be fired up tonight. Here comes Stephen the Maverick Maguire. of immense tenacity on the table. Twice a World Championship runner-up. 5 frames away from a 14th second-round appearance. Twice a major finalist this season. Flying high and back in the world's top 10. Here comes the captain, Ali Carter.
On Discovery Plus, you can watch Leicester versus Chester in Tom Ford and Ricky Walton. But as for us on Eurosport, we'll be focusing on a match which could go all the way to the wire. Maguire and Carter do not go anywhere, so we can hand to our commentary team.
Thank you, 17th frame. Ali Carter to break.
And just what he needed, a good break-off. Coming off the left side cushion looks safer. Could leave a red on here. Oh, that was a good second kiss. But he's left a chance for Ali Carter. A more difficult chance than what it would have been without that second kiss. He now knows that if he misses one of these difficult pots, it could be the hand. And that red has gone over the baulk corner. If he can't see this red to the left of the black, and he can see it, so this is a great opening chance.
1.
I think the expression says it all. Fearing the worst, with every justification. At the height of his powers, Stephen Maguire, a former world number 2, of course, was a reliable finisher. After this miss, he's got the opportunity to finish it right here at this visit. But he's been out of the spotlight for some time, Maguire. Yes, he's had the odd good win. But this would be his most satisfying victory of the season. And his most lucrative.
You could see the intense concentration on all of the people that was watching that shot.
16.
It's magical.
17.
Now there is a red just below the pink. That will go to the right corner, and he can get to it.
$24. $25.
Yeah, nicely played, pushing the pink towards the middle. He's been in the zone since they lift that screen up. He's been playing inspired snooker. I don't want to put the jinx on him, but he hasn't missed an easy ball. Yeah, That used all of the pocket.
31. $32.
With every ball that goes in, looking more and more likely that Maguire will be back here on Friday to take on either Sean Murphy or Liu Haoshan, but there's still work to be done. Especially after that.
Well, that's end of break. But he hasn't missed.
35.
He got an unintended cannon to the yellow. He was attempting to play onto the red next to the pink. But just didn't have enough stun and left-hand side on the cue ball. So Ali Carter lives again.
Stephen Maguire, 35.
Well, he'll scan the table, be happy to see where the yellow is, be happy to see that he chipped a red to the side cushion. When you're 35 in front, those things matter.
Well, a little fortunate to have caught the blue in the way that he did. And left that cue ball in trouble for Stephen Maguire. Now is it time to have a go? It's a tough red to the right corner. Could be his last shot, and he knows it. Great pot. Brave pot. So Ali Carter gets his chance.
Big applause for that one. It's a good red at any point of a match. But in the position that Carter finds himself in, it was a terrific red.
Oh, that's just pure pressure. Steve Maguire has got to Ali Carter, there's no doubt about that.
One.
This morning, a wonderful season for Zhang Anda ended in anticlimax, fizzled out. A good season for Carter might be doing just the same here.
6.
Well, the pink will go to the left corner if he wishes to play for it. The black doesn't go. But he might just be able to play a little cannon to the black and nudge it on.
7.
Now he's the wrong side of the pink to play that shot. But easy enough to play for the next red from here.
$13.
Pink still available to that same left pocket. And the points are building to the next round.
No. 14.
Stephen Maguire, way back when, suffered a very famous kick here at the Crucible that deprived him of a match win. He's had bad contact there as well.
Yeah, and the difference is he can still pot the pink, but it's difficult to get to the next red from there. He could play the pink with a touch of left-hand side and come back across the table for the red below the pink. But he'd have to play this with a lot of left-hand side on the cue ball. Could try and get that cue ball back to where it is now.
Pink ball.
Oh, what a terrific positional shot to finish on the only red that would go from that position on the pink. And listen to the applause. But that red, there's no colour for it. But maybe just pot it and put a colour safe. And that would be worth its weight in gold.
$21.
Maybe the brown, blue, green. Anything safe. You could even hit the black for the pink to go on the cushion, but you don't really want to release the black at this stage. It doesn't go.
Black ball.
Well, he's got the pink. Well, he hasn't got the pink safe.
Stephen Maguire, 21.
He's not thinking clearly. Who can blame him?
And suddenly, the table has opened up. The awkward red removed from the cushion.
Yeah, I don't know why he didn't put the blue safe or brown. He's freed the black and pink, actually, hasn't he? Oh, that shot has kept the pressure on. Nervous times there for Stephen Maguire. 55-point lead. What's Ali Carter got? Just the red past the green. It does. One good shot, you would think. 55 points the lead, so just this red, a green, and Ali Carter could only tie a brown, and he would need snookers.
One.
So, just make sure of the brown. No need to play position on the red. Just pot the brown. And that leaves his opponent needing snookers.
5.
You know, Joe, musical historians will point to the fact that the origins of country music can be traced back to the Carter family. This Carter looks set to be singing the blues tonight.
Well, that could have gone worse. He was playing for the black, and it would have been a great shot had it gone in.
When the draw came out and Carter realised he was playing Stephen Maguire, he knew it was a very tough assignment. Yes, he's a qualifier, Maguire, but he's also world class. His ranking not representative of just how good he can be.
And listen to the roar.
He's had plenty of support in this match, has Stephen Maguire. He's been in the wilderness for a while. Now, though,
7.
he can celebrate. The season is over for Ali Carter. He was 7-6 ahead, but in the end, he's been defeated. Stephen Maguire playing some lovely snooker when it mattered most, marches into the last 16.
He produced a vital century at the end of the session yesterday. To stay in touch, can the 3-time ranking event winner keep it going? Here comes Ricky Walden. And his opponent, seeded here for the first time in 5 visits after 2 decades as a pro. 4 frames away from a maiden match win on the Crucible stage. International Championship finalist this season. Some say there's a passing resemblance between us. So please give it up for the exceptionally handsome Tom Ford. Now to a player.
From 16, Ricky Walden to break.
So Ricky Walden gets us underway in frame 16, 9-6 behind. Both players operating at 50% with their long pots in this match.
Touching ball.
Ricky come down the table to have a look where he wants to leave the white. It's one of those instances where you're probably better off not snookering him. If If he's Snooker, you just roll off into the pack. Ideally, maybe there's merit in giving them the side of the pack to hit. Hopefully they'll open the reds and won't reach the cushion. Is that risky? Give the initiative away. Tom could play a telling safety, but there was no merit in letting Tom just roll into the pack again. Just a couple of shots, even though they've just been safety shots. Tom mishit them. Coming up off the shot a little bit quicker. Again, the fact there weren't any glaring errors from Tom in the last frame, but the fact he made a couple of mistakes would certainly give Ricky some hope, encouragement. Yeah, he's just fearful and playing a big contact on the red, pushing the red to the right corner. Just doesn't want to take any sort of a risk or a gamble. Can't afford it. His next mistake could well be his last one.
One or two people saying shot because they thought that red was in, but not quite. Close enough, though, to remain right over the hole.
Yeah, it's hard in those kind of instances to... You see the potential for danger, but still kind of feel, it'll be okay, I'll get away with it. I'll hardly leave a red on. Again, the fact he caught the brown as well just magnified it. At least the black has went safe. That helps.
One.
Yeah, I think that reaction from Thomas, he doesn't want the pink to be able to go on its spot. Wants to have it on the black spot.
Sadly for him, Peggy Lee with a little measuring device has confirmed there is room.
Yeah, half the width of the ball marker is the measurement. Again, still okay here for Tom. He can pot this red, get on the black, roll it in and be on the other red. So one good precise shot, all's not lost.
Eight.
This is a tricky little one, isn't it? Cut back. I don't think these corner pockets are overly generous. Got to be struck cleanly.
Yeah, be looking for pot's not a certainty, but ideally just looks to be parallel with the black. Perfect angle to go into the pack then.
16.
Maybe got a fraction high. Might have to stun over for the red towards the right-hand side.
We've seen him bust the pack very impressively a couple of times in this match.
Yeah, just didn't have the angle, so try again from this red. If he doesn't have an angle, good chance he might screw up for the blue instead. Yeah, you can see that little reaction, that little tap on the table. It's not quite ideal. If he's more or less straight, he's either going to have to be high on the black. Difficult shot to pot and go into them. Or something for screwing back and leave an angle on the blue. See there, the slight angle he had. Actually, if he screws back, he's bringing the white ball towards the side cushion. So it might be better try and come for the black, but Yeah, felt it was worth the risk. Again, tonight he's played the shot very well. Hit the pink right in the face. Yeah, puts his hand up there. Didn't catch the pink, full on the face. A glancing blow. It's worked out okay.
29.
Again, you would have to describe this as Tom's first real good chance to win the match.
30.
Again, never having won a match at the Crucible before, he'd be feeling it, just trying to keep as calm as possible. The best way for him to keep calm is to have the cue ball under control, try and make every pot as simple as possible.
37.
Somewhat rueful expression on the face of Ricky Walden, who'll feel he's left a few frames out there in this
38.
match. I'm wondering if he's going to get another chance to keep his hopes alive. This will be a big Rubicon to cross for Tom Ford. He's had his best season to date. A big final in
45.
China, 3 other quarter-final appearances, 10th on the one-year ranking list. Testament to his consistency, which
46.
is greater than it's ever been. And this is one of those things on the to-do list to tick off, to claim his first Crucible victory and get another crack at Judd Trump in round 2.
Of course, as a seed, has to win his first round match to get any ranking points. If he lost, let's say, get £20,000, he wouldn't get any ranking points. If he wins, it's £30,000 and points, which is added to the considerable
54.
amount this season. Yeah, you can see his reaction there. That's purely just tension on the hit it. And these are also encouraging signs for Ricky.
Green ball.
Okay, just got to make sure in playing this that he gets the green safe. Don't think he can get a great white and a colour safe. I think the priority here is get a colour safe.
Tom Ford, 54.
Yeah. Opted to try and get an excellent white, but yeah. Looks like Ricky just has the edge of this red, just past the pink. Looks one of those shots, if he just hits the bit he can, it'll be a good safety.
Not the most inviting of shots, is it? Very little of that red sticking out.
Yeah, I think he's also fearful it's going to be a thin glance, that it's going to push it towards the left corner pocket. Yeah, not nice at all.
Very aware that one mistake here and that could be it.
Touching ball.
Couldn't have played that any better, though.
Yeah, again, showed good patience and discipline there, Ricky. He's seeing the dangers in playing that red. Just play containing safe, just keeping the frame, keeping the match. Because again, in a couple of shots, there's every chance those reds will be open. And again, Tom may well rue that decision not to put the green on the side cushion. He was never going to be able to snooker Ricky too badly. And it's possible if he played it around the angles. I think that's what he was looking at. Ideally, if somehow he could play it around the angles and get behind the brown, but Kuhn was too awkward for that.
So close to his first Crucible victory. He can almost reach out and touch it, but not there yet.
Yeah, I like to try and get in behind the brown. Not sure if Ricky can hit. If he can get past the blue. He can just about, but can he catch a thin enough contact? Doesn't want to be pushing any reds close to corner pockets. Again, having another look at that red. Just very fearful of the contact he's going to get on the red. He's pushing towards the left corner. Yeah, tried to play it a little bit harder to try and get the red away from it. Has left Tom this shot to nothing.
Very good. So here's the chance for Tom Ford already. 58 to the good. Time running out on Ricky Walden. The frame before the interval was extremely significant.
Yeah, just coming to have a look. Trying to leave an angle on the pink. So I'm potting the pink.
5.
Yeah, see him coming across, just desperate to have a little bit of an angle. You can pot that, just stun across, and the red beside the pink will be available. Yeah, you feel that shot is end of the match.
11.
Tom Ford turned pro 23 years ago. He's been in 4 World Championships at the Crucible. He's never won a match before, but he's now surely going to do it here. Ricky Walden looking resigned in his chair, and Ford has played extremely well. He's having the season of his life in terms of the consistency he's produced. Another final appearance in China. Lots of deep runs in the ranking tournaments, into the top 16 for the first time, and now, without a doubt, into the second round at the Crucible for the first time.
Yeah, beautiful feeling, knowing you've won the match. Mini lap of honour. Feeling very good about himself. A couple of days off, then getting to play Judd Trump.
26.
First time ever to play a best of 25 match.
27.
This great season continues.
Disappointment for Ricky Walden. Battled hard to get back to the Crucible.
34.
The first round is where it ends for him. But for Tom Ford, it'll be his third meeting
35.
here at the World Championship at the Crucible Theatre with Judd Trump. this time over the best of 25 frames for a place in the quarterfinals. And if he can play his A game, he's definitely got a chance. Trump looked
37.
very impressive earlier in seeing off Hossein Vafai.
38.
But Ford is a threat. He's a heavy scorer, and I think he's possessed of more self-belief than at any other stage of his career.
$45. 47.
And who knows, could he do a Luca Bracel, who this time last year had never won a match at the Crucible? Edge past a certain Ricky
50.
Walden in a decider, and the rest is history. Tom Ford can certainly take inspiration from the Belgians' extraordinary run to the title
54.
last year. In the meantime, you can just enjoy the moment. Ricky Walden offers his hand. Tom Ford breaks new ground. He's won his first match here at the Crucible Theatre at his 5th attempt, and he's through to round 2 of the World Championship. A deserved victor. He's beaten Ricky Walden by 10 frames to 6. Next up, it's the 2019 champion, Judd Trump, for a place in the quarterfinals. Tom Ford a winner by 10 frames to 6.
Six years after his first, former Indian Open runner-up, he's ready for a massive session of snooker, and he'll come out here and give it everything. So give it up for China's Liu Heo-chan. Finally, to a class act on and off the bays. 4 frames away from a 14th second-round appearance. His first 19 years ago led to the title. He finished the session yesterday with a superb century. He's in the mood, he's in the groove, and he's ready to go. He's the magician, Sean Murphy!
So a full Crucible, 10 o'clock on a Monday morning. You can't beat it, can you? Sean Murphy, of course, has tasted success here back in 2005. 3 finals since then. He's not won a match, though, since 2021, but he is 6-3 up overnight. If you want to watch the start of Gary Wilson, Stuart Bingham, which promises to be...
between frames.
Thank you. Take your seats quietly, please. Frame 15. Liu Heo-chan to break.
So Liu Heo-chan, in very impressive fashion with a century break, has extended the match into at least one more frame.
I see no reason why he shouldn't continue to attack from this position, either the red along the cushion or the red above the black, which kind of opens everything up. So it can make you a dangerous player, I think, when you're so far behind. Almost playing for pride, or maybe a little bit more than that. But he's not gone in, and Murphy now has this chance. I mentioned that, I don't know, I don't think Murphy is...
Please keep the noise down,
fully
thank
fit,
you.
let's just say that. He looked like he's got an Achilles problem or something, but whatever it is, I think he's there. So what he wants is this match over with and get some rest.
Eight. 9.
Just looking at the way those reds are placed, they're
14.
all in quite open spaces with a gap between them all, but they're all blocking each other off a little. There's not an obvious one that you could pot and open up others. So what he does from here, don't know. He might have to just go into
15.
them in some form. May not have the angle there. I think that'll do him. That'll do that double kiss, that's fine. The problem of the configuration of the reds will
22.
still come up, but he will take this red and the black first and hope to get an angle on the black.
Thank you. 23.
I think he'll be happy enough with that. He played it well. Reds to either middle pocket.
30.
Well, you feel that if the next red goes in, he would be very disappointed if he didn't go on and get the match one. But this red's got to go in first. Yeah.
31.
Still got to convert this, but the balls now have been completely opened up, and it could be Liu Hushan has played his last shot. It's nice that Liu Hushan had that chance to get this century of centuries, but may not go a lot further on the day.
38. 39.
A few reds safe, which is to his advantage, of course, with the lead he's building here. Sean Murphy targets a last 16 spot for the first time in 3 years. He's got the pedigree, Murphy, we know, to go the distance. OK,
46.
It's nearly 2 decades since he won it, but he's been in 3 finals since. Most recent was 3 years ago.
47.
His form does seem to come and go, but when it's there, when the long balls are flying in, when he's confident, and he's killing frames off clinically, he's a match for anybody.
That was a well-played shot, that last one.
54.
Just got in behind the two reds beautifully.
55.
And again, such a big area to land the cue ball in. You can completely put this match to bed, and I think he'll be happy enough with how he's playing. You know, he's not had
63.
any real quality match play. Liu Hushan's come out of the qualifiers, and he's just probably in the form you'd expect him to be in, his opponent, and he's dispatched him fairly convincingly. A few
70.
bumps in the road along the way. He lost 2 black ball frames, actually. Murphy won a respot, the other a black ball frame. Otherwise, this could
71.
have been an even more convincing victory.
Should be over the line now. I think any chance of the comeback really stalled in frame 1 when Liu Hushan missed that frame ball black. You know, 6-4, I think things could have got awkward, but Murphy, to be honest, has been the better player right from the
77.
off yesterday. He's looked the better of the two. It's good to
78.
see him back, playing some good stuff again. We've not seen as much of him this season, Sean Murphy, as certainly last season when he was winning tournaments. But the season's not over yet, and he's got a meeting now with a very familiar player in the shape of Stephen Maguire. They grew up together, those two. And they're going to be clashing cues once
80.
again at the Crucible. Well, he'd love to have finished with a century, but 81 will do nicely. So Sean Murphy advances to round 2 of the World Championship. He resumed leading 6-3 as he acknowledges this Crucible crowd. Liu Hushan did make career century number 100 in the previous frame, but...
What a debut and what an opportunity for Leicester's Joe O'Connor. And now to a player who for more than 2 decades has drawn inspiration from his late father's advice about never giving up. If there is anyone who can turn around this deficit, it's the 4-time champion of the world. So come on, Sheffield, raise the roof for the jester from Leicester, Mark Selby.
Mark Selby took it.
Well, Mark Selby won a sort of classic Selby frame there, didn't he? And here he is, breaking off 9-6 down.
That's a good break-off shot anyway. It's immediately continued the pressure on this man. You know, he needs a good chance, and I suspect if 4 frames would have more to be played, you know, something would come his way, but, you know, Selby will not be giving him anything. I think he hit both reds there. I think he hit the other red. The one that he was hoping to just go past. Good shot. They've got a little nudge on the other red, which certainly stopped the cue ball from being tight on the side cushion. Just his little flick helped. He deserved it, though. Otherwise, I think it would have gone straight onto the cushion rail. You wouldn't expect anything else, though, would you, from Mark Selby to battle hard? And, you know, if he was to lose and shake hands, I think that's the point when he stops trying to win the match. He's been miles better today. He's played it a lot better. Yesterday was a pretty rare but very bleak session of snooker for him.
Yeah, he didn't look good, did he, when he walked out, even sort of red-eyed and just not in a good place to play his best as he goes into the reds here.
Again, that second little flick on the red's helped him. It's pushed the cue ball up a bit further. You might just see that didn't quite get it on the replay, but the red just pushed the cue ball into a slightly more favourable position for this next shot.
Well, it's now best part of half an hour since Joe O'Connor potted a ball. So he needs to win one more frame, yeah, but he needs to see a pot first. Crowd here wondering, is the full-scale recovery on? Many of them will have seen this man in action before at the Crucible, and they know that if you wrote out a list of players in the game who could do it, he'd be very near the top of it, if not at the top.
Top. 16. $22. $23.
No, that wasn't such a good shot this time. He might have to play this blue up into the yellow pocket. Yeah. Seems the obvious shot really, but I suppose if he doesn't like that shot on the blue, he wouldn't play it, but it could take him down onto the red, down the table. Playing the yellow instead is this looks a bit of a struggle, doesn't it? Just about reached this with the extension on his cue. Didn't look a very nice shot. Easy, isn't it? Sometimes, but you know, I think he would have potted that blue and come down for the red, but I don't think he wanted to take it for reasons unknown. Instead, all that stuff on the cue to get the reach. It can't be an easy shot.
So it's been 32 minutes, nearly 33 actually, since O'Connor potted one, and he's not really seen much in that time.
One.
Well, it's kind of, in a way, an attacking shot that he's played there, because playing on the black, then the red below it, you know, if you could make something of this, the next 2 or 3 shots would be crucial. Because it was never going to be easy to do so. That was the problem, playing on the black. I understand. I think the intent was good. It's just a difficult shot that he missed.
One.
Very good shot. I mean, there was no great risk attached. The whole bunch of reds would have been covering the red at the other end of the table anyway. Still a good shot, though. That's unfortunate. He tried to be positive there. He's forcing himself to play positive shots, and this time he just didn't get the rewards.
8. It is touching ball.
Just feels though at the moment Selby is certainly on
Mark
top.
Selby, 8.
So another little standoff. One thing I will say is I hope they get to finish the match in this session. They've still got about an hour to do that, but if you get a couple of long frames, the sort of dread prospect of coming back several hours from now to play maybe one frame is there in the background. Yes, if they had to come back, it would be after the first available, it'd be on the first available table tonight. But of course, it could be a lot of snooker. There's 9 frames in one of them, Milkins Pang, and who knows how many in the Bingham Wilson match. Could be all 10.
Touching ball.
The red near the middle, just complicating things a little.
Thank you, Phoebe.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a lot of options here. You can't really drop the cue ball back into the bunch. I mean, he's 30 in front. So he doesn't know quite how to go about this. He realises one mistake could be his last shot, although where the ball's are, it doesn't really seem like that's about to happen. Coming up 2 minutes. It's a good while that to be looking at one shot. Played it well though. You can get through to the red that's still moving basically, but now it's just stopped.
Yeah, think in general, when it comes to length of shots, the referee would consider obviously the position in the match. If this is frame 1, then it is on the slow side, but obviously the stakes couldn't really be higher for these two.
Well, it was another plant at first. I wasn't entirely sure. But as I said earlier, if Selby takes a plant on, he's going to get it because he's very clever, very knowledgeable. Brilliant. This has got to go in, mind. This has got to go in. The frame has been opened up now. Yeah, and that's the thing. It has gone in, but he knew that the frame's opened up and that could have been it. And he twitched a bit.
8.
Just found a way in through the side door. Wasn't very well played, obviously. Ill-directed, so the cue ball went off at the wrong angle.
Mark Selby, 8.
He's very interested in these two reds. I don't know if he thinks there's a plant. I think also hard to push one of them over the pocket and be snookered on the other one. Wow, that's really unlucky, isn't it? How close was that?
Well, I think if you'd have frozen the picture as the red was on its way, you would say this is in.
Yeah, I mean, where are all these people that are saying these are big pockets? Where are they now?
Well, quiet, I think.
I mean, that looked in, didn't it? How much closer can you get?
Yeah, and that could have been end of match on another day. It was on the black. Wow, and there's a red onto middle. There's a red onto left middle, so this is Joe O'Connor's chance. That in-off could potentially be Mark Selby's last shot in this year's World Championship. And he's made all the running, hasn't he, the last half an hour or so in this match.
Just that horrible feeling, isn't there, that not much he can do now. I mean, it would be with a 34-point deficit, it would be some call to say that Selby has played his last shot, but of course he might be thinking it's conceivable. First objective, to get back into the frame, take reds and high-value colours and then see where it leads.
Well, this is what Joe O'Connor's dreamt about, chances like this. I'll give you a list of players here, all world champions. Steve Davis, Stephen Hendry, Ronnie O'Sullivan, John Higgins, Sean Murphy, Neil Robertson, Judd Trump, Mark Selby himself. They all lost on their Crucible debut. Can Joe O'Connor get across the line here against one of the all-time greats?
7.
It would be a remarkable debut appearance at this great event, and then who knows how far he could go.
$13.
Done well there because he was ever so close to the blue with that cue and rest.
14.
But of course, things get more awkward now. He's probably got to play on the red below the black in a way, hasn't he? Because at some point he's going to have to pot it down there. And this is as good a chance as he's ever going to get. Yes, he's got that red on the right, but the clearance involves that red below the black. Keeps looking at the red up the table on the right side. Well, it took a long time, but he had to play that shot. He has to play this red.
21.
Of course. Self-explanatory, really has to get it. And it's tough.
$22.
I wasn't entirely sure that was in.
No. Just caught the cushion, didn't it? But it dropped.
That's one thing that he's very good at, playing on a single red and landing the cue ball in the prime spot.
$30.
Yeah, you need that cue ball to slow down. The fact that the green's away from its spot, if he comes all around the angles, now the pot could be missed doing this, but it's come fairly close to the green pocket. I think he comes around on the red, but it's a good shot. The shot was there, and he's executed it absolutely brilliantly.
37.
Well, he may well have played his best shot of the match. in what could prove to be the last frame of the match. It's given him a chance to win the match. What a shot to pull out at this late stage.
Yeah, it was a big help that the green was away from its spot. Yes, the shot was on, but playing it is a different ball game. This is an even bigger one, though, if it goes in on the blue. Looked like he was aiming to that left jaw there.
O'Connor, 37.
Well, now the drama is even greater.
Oh, go on, Mark, they shout. This could have been easier. Look where his bridge hand is. Pocket's in the way. Hang on. Oh, just for a moment. It looked like he'd fluked it. Could have stuck it up, I guess.
Well, that was one from yesterday's session, because he really did miss this by an absolute mile. Yes, the pressure's on. No one's saying anything bad about it, but that was just a flashback to yesterday's session. How he hit that.
So O'Connor had the red with the rest to left corner. And that is never going in to right corner. It's come away from the pocket at least.
Yeah, it's one of those, if you're going to miss it by that far. And you're not going to leave it over the pocket. So what's Selby doing there? He's looking at the middle pocket or something from that previous shot. I don't know what it was. Well, he's given him a squeak here. Red up into the yellow pocket, cue ball back down. He's going to have to play this. Some kind of shot to nothing. Don't know exactly where the red will finish if it doesn't drop.
Third attempt at the red. He's got it. He's got his chance to get this one. Listen to the applause.
Yeah, do you know, he'd like the yellow on its spot here, but he has got quite a bit of room to take the cue ball round. He's got to get this right. Yes, he's coming quite close to the brown, but it was the brave route almost.
8.
Now that he's decided to go that far down, he's got a nice shot, yellow, green, brown.
Yeah, and that's what he needs, isn't it? Those 3 pots for the biggest win of his life.
10.
Mark Selby, an all-time great. He's won 4 world titles in the last decade. Joe O'Connor, the only debutant at the Crucible this year.
13.
He played so well yesterday. Mark Selby struggled. Selby has put him under it this afternoon. But this is the ball that should complete a famous victory. No ordinary Joe. He stood up to the pressure here superbly. It'll be only the 5th time Selby's lost in round 1 of the World Championship. A difficult end for the season for him. Let's hope he comes back in fine style next season, but he's going to play no further part in this World Championship. It's Joe O'Connor who gets the job done. Really nice scenes there from Selby. Couldn't be more gracious, could he? It's Joe O'Connor who completes a major upset here in the first round of the World Championship. He's every right to celebrate. He's beaten the great Mark Selby by 10 frames to 6.
A blistering start this morning has left him 4 frames away from a 12th appearance in the second round. 6 times a ranking event winner, the pride of Essex, Stuart Bull Run Bingham. And finally, to the reigning Scottish and Welsh Open champion. He took the last frame of the session on the black to reduce the deficit, and he will believe he can turn this round. Made the semis in 19, he'll come out blasting because he's the Tyneside terror, Gary Wilson.
This is going to be a brilliant evening of snooker. Don't forget you can watch Robin Ilkins and Kang Jong-soo on Discovery Plus. As for us, we're focused on Gary Wilson and Stuart Bingham. So we can hand to our commentary team for the first time this evening of Fergal O'Brien and Phil Studd.
Yeah, the match definitely turned when Stuart missed that black.
Stuart Bingham then, 1 frame away.
Yeah, that missed pink from Gary at 6-5 changed the whole momentum and dynamics of the match. The fact Gary 9-5 down, nowhere really to go, might in some way free him up if he has been overthinking or any technical thoughts. Can get rid of them, just literally play. Just hang in, try and get a frame or 2 on the board. Don't give Stuart an easy opportunity. Try and make him earn it. Again, he hasn't had the best of seasons. Not quite in the winning habit.
Made the second round last year.
One.
Feel the irritation, the frustration in the body of Gary Wilson right now. I think he would have fancied the job at 6-5 behind.
Gary Wilson 6.
But just as Stuart Bingham would have been discombobulated by missing the black at the end of session 1, Wilson was set back on his heels by missing that pink when the chance of 6 apiece was presenting itself.
Yeah, by far the worst safety shot he's played. Barely waited for a Yan to put the blue on its spot, got down. And again, you can see there, only push reds, but left the white on the bulk line. Quite fortunate, really, he hasn't left Stuart a better pot. So much so he's elected to play safety. Again, Stuart's probably reluctant to try and push the boat out himself. He feels if he's just patient, Gary, in this frame of mind, would probably give him opportunities.
A long way off. That's often followed by a clatter of balls, just to highlight the margin of the error. But it could have been worse.
Yeah, it was quite a low percentage shot.
It's a good red nonetheless from Bingham.
One.
As Gary's obviously struggling, lacking patience. Stuart will still be anxious to try and get this match won as soon as possible. Just because Gary's struggling at the moment, that doesn't mean he'll be struggling in half an hour's time with an extra couple of frames on board. And a nice shot there from Stuart. Certainly here's his first opportunity to win this match.
Four. $11. $12.
Queuing a little bit awkward here. Yeah, unusual bridge there he has, just to try and avoid those 4 reds. Getting very easy in this shot, just to get a little bit of unwanted side. Missed the black. Because it was quite awkward, couldn't overly commit to the positional side, had to make sure of the pot.
19.
I suppose the way the match and day has went, it was probably unlikely Stuart would win in one visit and sprint over the line.
Stuart Bingham, 19.
He did play some really good stuff in the first session. It was just that missing the black rather overshadowed all of that and left a sour taste, even though he won the session 6-3.
Foul.
Another error from Wilson. It feels as though a lot of the fight has gone out of the former semi-finalist at the moment. It's been a very frustrating day for him. He's been trying to search over 2 sessions for the form that has got him into the world's top 10 this season, and it's just not happened for him in any sustained way. A couple of good frames tonight. Aside from that, it's been a real struggle.
Looks like that white is just about in the D. Yeah, and Rahaz had a close look at it himself. Yeah, you just wonder what Gary, coming into this tournament on the back of a great season, winning 2 tournaments, was an extra bit of pressure on him, expectancy, maybe his own and others. Be new experience for him come to the World Championships, being tipped as, if not one of the favourites, one of the contenders.
I've got it, yeah.
Yeah, he was in trouble. There was no path back to balk. Tried to pot his way out of trouble. Considering he missed it, probably a little bit fortunate. He hasn't left anything easier for Stewart.
One.
Yeah, nicely on the green, but looks natural angle that in potting the green, he's going to contact the black. Maybe you can just catch it thin enough. He was able to avoid the black. So hoping to land somewhere a little bit better than this. Yeah, desperate to try and find some pot. Very reluctant to try and leave the table in this visit. Again, it's not easy, this pot. Not sure where the white's going to go. Fully commit to the pot. You feel sure if he pots, it'll be on one of the colours. There's pressure on it. Yeah. He knows it's risky. Is it worth taking the risk? Because if he misses, there's a good chance he'll even Gary in.
And as perilous as Gary Wilson's position in this match is right now, the last thing Bingham wants to do is give him an easy in and the chance to perhaps build a bit of momentum again. But he did commit to a pot, and he's got it. And he's pushed the black over the hole.
5. Yeah, excellent shot there. Changed his mind, was going to play the red below that. But again, I said that was going to go into another red. There's a shot to nothing element in that red. And again, a little bit of trademark ball run there to develop the black over the pocket. It certainly is a good opportunity.
12.
Slightly rueful grin from Bingham. Things still a little bit awkward in terms of his cueing. He needs the rest here. Pink's a bit of an obstacle. But one more good pot with position, and he could be in business with the winning line in mind.
Yeah, it's awkward where the pink is. To get the rest past the pink. Leaves him with a very short bridge. Not much room to bring the cue back. That's why he's going for this different red.
Thank you. Very good. He's having to work extremely hard.
13.
At this visit to the table. Just edging his way ever closer to the winning line. And that would be some achievement for Stuart Bingham, given that he was 7-3 down in his first qualifier against Stuart Carrington after a pretty forgettable season. Earlier in the season, he experimented with glasses, contacts, lost some of his mojo from his glory days. But But the class has never been in doubt. He's a proven champion. He's a world champion. He knows what it takes here at the Crucible.
28.
He worked exceptionally hard to get himself back here. Came in battle-hardened, feeling sharp, and said ahead of this match that the fire's still there. And if he can go on to complete victory,
29.
who knows what he might go on to achieve over these 17 days. Gary Wilson, on the other hand, no doubt very frustrated that he couldn't bring his A game today. Is he going to get another chance? Not the cannon he wanted, so not over the winning line yet. 52 the lead, a very healthy
35.
one.
He never felt it was going to be easy, the way the whole day has gone. He's a big lead, 52 ahead. Just needs to be patient here. Don't try and be too clever. Just ensure that when Gary comes to the table, he's not able to pot. Yeah, ideally he'd like to get a good white and try and get another red safe, but as I said, just make sure Gary can pot. Take it from there.
Stuart Bingham, 35.
Poor shot, you would have to say, to collide with that brown. Has left a pot. By no means easy.
Just feels as though all of the fight has been sucked out of Gary Wilson. At 5-6 down, he was right back in the game. He was looking the stronger player. The miss pink changed everything.
One.
Yeah, I think over the course of the day, Stuart has been the better player. Was vulnerable at 6-5. Gary let him off the hook when he missed that pink. But he has managed to overcome the disappointment and shock of missing that black.
6.
To go 7-2.
And he has been much the heavier scorer over the course of the day. 7 breaks of substance to just 3 from Wilson.
7.
Yeah, he'll be delighted. And again, it's been testament to his character and attitude that he's been able to win this match.
This is the ball.
$12.
If that dropped, it was
Keeping
surely done
12.
and dusted for sure. But it's been that kind of day. Nothing's come easy. 2 snookers required for Wilson.
One. Seven.
Oh, goodness. That rather sums up Gary Wilson's entire
Gary
day.
Wilson, 7.
He's had a great season, no one can deny him that. Into the world's top 10, a multiple ranking champion this season alone. Retained his Scottish Open title. Added the Welsh, but today is Stuart Bingham's day. With that red, the deal is well and truly sealed. And it's good to see him playing well again. In the first session in particular, he played some great stuff. The aberration on the black might have changed the course of the match altogether. In the end, it's proved academic.
7.
Gary Wilson becomes the 5th seed to fall on the 3rd evening of the World Championship. But ball run is back in business. Stuart Bingham comes through qualifying and through round 1. He's through to play either Ding or Lazowski in round 2. He beats Gary Wilson by 10 frames to 5.
What a recovery from 2-0 down to one of the greats yesterday. This bright young star is right back in touch, showing all the qualities that took him to that memorable run to the semis on his debut. He's ready for the limelight once more. So come on, Sheffield, raise the roof for China's Xi Jiahui! To an absolute legend of the modern game. Earlier this month, winning his 26th ranking title in Manchester at the tender age of 49. The hair has long since gone, but the talent remains. And here he is, 5 frames away from a 22nd appearance in the second round. 3 times a champion of the world, the irrepressible, irreplaceable Mark J. Williams.
Thank you. The deciding frame. Xi Jiahui to break.
And it needs to be a good break-off.
On his Crucible debut last year, Xi Jiahui beat Sean Murphy 10-9, making it a 56 break in the decider. Can he hold himself together to beat another former world champion here?
Yeah, and he can see dangers on that return safety now. The red near the left side cushion. He's making him think about the return safety. So just played the containing safety shot. Close to that middle pocket bump, which would have been a disaster. Taking that red, freeze the black into that right corner, and this looks pretty good. Just a little short of pace. Nothing in the safety. Both players. One at 73, one at 74. Nothing in the pot success.
That's the only surprising aspect of the match for me, that it's so low, the pot percentage. But in terms of drama, well, that's 100%.
Well, I'm surprised that Mark Williams is ahead on the long pot success, actually. Nothing in the short time, 23 seconds each. But there's plenty in the highest break. That opening frame yesterday, 142. Brilliant break from Mark Williams. His second highest at the Crucible. Caught that red extra thin with lots of left-hand side on the cue ball. And that's just the contact he was looking for. And you can tell that where the cue ball's landed. If it was too thin, the cue ball would have come back down the table. And that's put pressure on this shot. Surely you can't take this on. Yeah, just a containing safety shot. He's considering taking this red onto the right middle. Just dropping it in, it'd be on the pink. Wouldn't leave a red on, except the one he's playing. Oh, so close, and that's what he's done. He's left this red on. That was so close. I thought he was just going to drop it in dead weight beyond the pink, not leave anything. So, see shall we with the first chance. Got to wait now and hope he gets back to the table.
Six.
Yeah, just came a little bit too far for comfort, and he's going to put full concentration into the pot.
Seven.
Now, he could go into them here, miss the pink. Got close to that corner. But this is the red that he played for. And this is the red that he's on. Not ideally.
$13.
And that's worked out very nicely. He'd have preferred that red to have stayed over the pocket, and then he wouldn't have had to do too much in potting the black.
Now the first pressure shot of the break. Oh, equal to the task.
Yeah, just under hit it though. He
21.
needed at least another foot in pace. So another pressure shot.
22.
And that hasn't landed as kindly as it could have done. I'm not sure if he can pot the blue and hold for that red. That's down by the green pocket. But if it goes in... Can he hold it? Or can he play a slow cannon to it?
crowd on the other side of the partition, oblivious to what's going on here. Clapping, cheering, disturbing.
Yeah, well held. Very well held. And back in full control.
27. Long rest.
Mark Williams took on that very tough red to the right middle. Could it be his last shot?
Okay. 20.
He showed us 12 months ago he's made of stern stuff, is Si Zhou. How can you not be impressed? And bear in mind, at the Crucible last year, he was successful in not one but two deciders. Not only that Sean Murphy 10-9 win in the first round, but also beating Anthony McGill 13-12 in the quarterfinals.
51.
Again, played that so authoritatively. Perfect position on this red.
Up to 9.
Well, his heart will be pumping away. Just got to try and control his nerves for another 3 or 4 minutes. Didn't want the kiss. That was a poor positional shot. Still possible, this red to the right corner, but he could have done without that kiss. Just got into the cue ball too much.
And having had the kiss, he was a little fortunate.
Here's the more drama yet to come. Which one is it? Corner or middle? It's the middle, and it's in.
47.
Under this kind of pressure, you often see this kind of black overcut. It was far jaw, but it's in.
Yeah, it came close, didn't it? 54 points, the lead. Just getting the extension on. Now, I missed one like this earlier to the far jaw.
$55.
It's a little heavy. Oh, my word. What have I done, he's saying. Mark Williams getting himself ready just in case he comes back to the table now. Does he take this pink on or push a red a colour safe? He's been very positive so far. Cool as you like. Cool as you like.
You need talent in this game, but it's not enough. You need bottle, and he's got it.
That pink should have won him this match. Just this red needed. And you've got to take your hat off to him. Especially as not scoring at all in the last frame. He comes and plays a decider like this.
I think this has been top-notch stuff. I'm sad to see Mark Williams go. But fancy this,
70.
decider against a three-time world champion, and you make your highest break of the entire match.
$77.
The break ends at 77, and so does an epic contest. Youth prevails over experience. China prevails over Wales. Si Jiahui, the qualifier, defeats Mark Williams, the seed, by 10 frames to 9.
Please welcome a player who made a dream start yesterday and now finds himself just 5 frames away from a maiden match win on the biggest stage of all. Ranking event finalist in Leicester last year, but you can argue this is one of the most significant sessions of snooker in his career so far. Here comes China's rising sun, Pang Junxiu. His opponent, he showed real character yesterday from 3-0 down to trail by just 1. Bidding for a 5th appearance in the last 16, 22 years after his first. Welsh Open champion last season, and he definitely has the best walk-on in snooker. We call him the cider drinker. Here comes the milkman, Robert Milkins. And now,
Thank you, the deciding frame. Pang Junxiu to break.
All of that effort, all of that mental turmoil for both players, and it comes down to just a single frame shootout.
Yeah, with both players playing well now. How many chances will they need in the last frame?
And another point worth making, if Milkins were to lose, he would be the 7th seed to go out in round 1. The record at the Crucible is 8 seeds in the first round in 1980, 1992 and 2012. It is under serious threat, especially if Milkins loses.
Well, see what I mean? Both players have got it together right at the very end. What a great shot this was. Terrific shot. Knew he wasn't leaving anything, although he might have done. The back of the pack there may have been a red that goes to the right corner. No, it doesn't go. So, first chance goes to Pang. And if he's on the red next to the black, he's played a good shot there on the pink.
7.
Now, will he dare go into them? Sometimes you only get one chance in a decider. It's easy enough to play for the loose red. But that's the shot to play if you want to win. And he couldn't have played it much better. He didn't play it with deep screw, which would have brought the cue ball back to that left corner pocket. So can he hold for the black or pink here? Good kiss.
How many times do you see high standard matches? Then it gets down to the last 2 or 3 frames, nerves bite, and the standard deteriorates. This has been the complete opposite.
It certainly has, hasn't it? Robert got in with a fantastic red in the last frame and made his highest break of the session, 76. One visit snooker. That's what Pang's looking for now, but I don't think he's hit it hard enough. I don't think he's on an easy red.
23.
Well, maybe he has. Doesn't look like it from this angle. He's got a red to the baulk corner, but he'd prefer this one to the middle. Robert Milkins got in with a great red in the last frame, and Pang has got in with a good red in this frame.
So easy with the red to baulk if he takes it on, to just cue across it and send it towards the left-hand jaw as we're looking. Opposite jaw.
You could hear a pin drop there, couldn't you?
23.
Played for the black, which gave him some insurance on not leaving a red on. So 23-point lead. Not enough at this level. Nobody's going anywhere. Riveting. Absolutely riveting. You can't even hear a cough. Don't do it. Didn't play the pot. Just made sure of getting that cue ball back behind the black.
Milkins was taken to a decider last year. He was 7-2 down against Joe Perry, 8-4 down, came back, and at 9-9 made a 63 break, his highest of the match. To progress, he'd love a 63 break here.
Well, that would only put him 40 in front, so let's make it 73. Well, he should have had that dead on the cushion. That's given Milkins a chance to try and get that cue ball dead on the cushion behind the black. And the one who gets it dead goes favourite. Not quite dead. So Pang with a chance of that red near the right side cushion. Try and get that cue ball dead on the cushion. I've got to be very careful here not to leave a chance at that red near the yellow pocket. If he tries to bring the cue ball back, he's clearing the path. Has he just managed to cover it? That's a pretty good safety. Not dead though. What a big shot this is. Yeah, good shot. Not the best kiss, but still on the brown or green. Plenty of pressure. He's unfortunate there, wasn't he, Robert, to leave that red on?
Yes, and although Pang is shaking his head, he has got something to work with.
Oh, he's missed it. Incredibly, he's missed it. Now, what a chance for Robert Milkins. Look at the table, there's nothing safe. He's in the hands of Robert Milkins now. Can Robert hold himself together?
One.
He's won 2 world ranking titles, has Milkins. He's been around as a professional for 29 years. This is one of the biggest frames he's ever encountered.
Yeah, we keep saying it means so much. 30,000 ranking points, which would do him the world of good.
Can he cope? 2 frames ago, I would have said no. Now I believe he can.
Five.
A little heavy for the blue. Not quite heavy enough for the black. Back in prime position. What must he be feeling? Pangy had a great chance. It wasn't a gimme though, the green.
$13.
Plenty of reds he can play for. Just a little stun for the red to the right middle is 1. Got to try and keep it as simple as possible.
18.
Made a 76 break in the last frame, so he started to cue.
19.
Would have liked to have been straighter on the blue.
Nine, 24, 24.
24.
He's played that one well. He's played that one well. That one not quite so well. He's going to need the rest. Doesn't need to do anything with the cue ball though, just
30.
leaves the cue ball where the red is.
$31.
Will he get another chance? A little further away. This is the green that Pang missed.
37.
Knocked in at the start of things.
$38.
Again, could have been straighter on the blue.
If you've watched this match, this session from start to finish, you'll know strange things have been happening. Lots of twists and turns. Is there going to be another one? Milkins hoping against hope. It's a clean kill.
Well, he played a very good shot there, didn't
43.
he? Coming round the two cushions for this red to the middle.
$44.
I think he's a little straight, but he can still get to that red nearest the yellow pocket. Just leave the cue ball more or less where the blue is. Don't hold the spot, otherwise you'll be badly hampered. Just bring it back a couple of inches. Or even drop it in. Oh, this isn't good. He needs a kiss. Trying to get closer to the red, so...
49.
There's still snooker in this match.
And now, having surrendered position, how Milkins would love to see a red or two, a colour or two on cushions for a little bit of insurance security. They aren't there.
He tried to get closer to the red. Instead of giving himself a guaranteed chance of potting the red. But this looks good. This looks a good safety. 25 points, the difference between the two players in favour of Milkins. What must he be going through? Will he get another chance? I'm going to say he doesn't want to push the black to the cushion, but you do if you get the snooker. He's just got to try and land up to that red. He's hit the red, but I didn't think that was the shot. Pang gets a chance. I thought he was just going to land up to the red by the baulk cushion. Couldn't leave anything that way.
One.
Well, that's just about where he wants to be on the pink. So it could come down to that red that's closest to the cushion.
Is he capable of one last push to the line?
7.
Can he bring that red off the cushion? If he's thinking about his next colour, instead of knocking the red off, he's going to finish high on one of these baulk colours to get back to the last red. I think he tried to move that red,
Sure, 7.
because where he's finished, had he potted it, he couldn't get to that red, so that tells you that he tried to hit it. Yeah, never easy, but it's run safe-ish.
Inevitably, nerves are frayed now. Nerves are frayed.
Anxious moments there, sending that red dangerously close to that middle pocket. And that looks pretty good. Don't think it's a snooker, but it's close to it. It is a snooker. Got to catch this fairly full. Now, can he see this red? Well, what a shot it would be. Doesn't have to play it, of course. He could play it full ball. Send the red down towards the other red. Leave the cue ball on the baulk cushion. Took it on. But it's ran safe. Fortune favours the brave. He played the double. I can't believe he's played the double. That could have gone anywhere. Now, does it cut to the middle? Extremely thin if it does.
Yeah, theoretically, I think it cuts, but you're right, it requires something extremely thin. Like that.
He could do with that green running safe. And it didn't. The yellow, it looks easy, doesn't it? But I can assure you it's not. If you can see the green, I think I'd prefer to take that big shot.
I think the green's too far past the middle, isn't it, Joe?
I don't know, he's looking at it, isn't he? I don't think it's too far past. I think it's cuttable. We'll see. If you could pop the yellow, finish right behind the red, all he'd need to do is drop it in for the green. Here it is. Slow down, slow down. Well, I think he'll be going at it, but don't miss it on the far angle. You'll leave it.
There is no margin of error with this kind of shot.
It's there. Now is the green potable. 22 points the difference, and wow, it doesn't get any closer. Two yellows would be enough.
Green ball.
And check the cue ball back down for the yellow. Just the yellow needed.
7.
To leave Pang needing snookers. Oh, well played.
9.
Robert Milkins, 30,000 ranking points. Much needed. Just need the green for surety. And look at the emotion.
He will say later there must have been plenty of times today where he never thought he'd arrive at frame
16.
ball. He knocked the yellow in, green and brown to follow. He's home and dry. This seed is not going home. It's a pang of regret. It's magic for Milkins, not the performance, but the result. Terrific late-night drama at the Crucible. Robert Milkins defeats Pang Junzhu 10-9.
Five frames away from a fifth consecutive appearance in the second round. Without question, one of the most exciting players of his generation. So give it up for the jackpot, Jack Lazowski. And finally, to one of our sport's most important global ambassadors, bidding for a 12th second-round appearance 16 years after his first. 2 major finals already this season. That's why he's back in the world's top 10, emerging for his 1,000th professional match. Enter the Dragon, Ding Junhui!
For now, 22 players remain in the championship. Unfinished business.
Thank you. Deciding frame.
It might be a cliche, but I think it's true here. There's only one shame about this. One of them has got to lose.
Can't they both go through?
Sadly not. Doesn't work like that. That works, though.
Oh, what a shot that was from Lisowski. He's just sat out the whole of the last frame, and look at the red he knocks in. And as Phil Yates said, it's a shame there's got to be a loser, but Phil called a decider right at the beginning of this session. Now, where does the black go? More importantly, will it pot? Mustn't touch. That looks touching.
8.
It's touching. It looks touching on camera. The referee's saying no, it isn't, but
It does.
still touching. That's good. And it makes a difference because the black goes now.
9.
This is the red. I mean, what a
16.
shot to play after you've just sat out the whole of the last frame to that beautiful 1-3-1 break from Ding.
$17.
Can Jack Lisowski do what Sijoui did yesterday, win the frame in a single visit?
Well, it wasn't a bad break-off, actually, from Ding Junhui. Didn't leave the red onto the right corner, which he has been prone to do. But you can't stop a guy knocking that kind of red in. That Lisowski knocked in.
$24.
Pink must go into that left corner. Still got a couple of reds that he could play for. Nice to take a good lead in the decider.
30.
Tried
31.
to nudge more reds out, and he succeeded in bringing another one into play. Just overrun slightly with his positional play. Ding looks on
37.
intently, hoping he gets another chance, or a chance in this decider. Well,
38.
he took the risk, but again, he didn't get ideal position on that red. Very unfortunate. Not sure what he can see here. Don't know if he can see the brown. If he can't, then may have to come off the cushion. Well, he can see the green.
Blue ball.
He can also see the blue. No, that's poor.
Lisowski, 38.
That's really poor. He's in Ding's hands here. Refused the long red.
38-point lead. Lisowski won't be unduly concerned about the black being tied up.
Superb. Superb. What a shot. Lisowski gets another chance. And perfectly placed on the yellow. What a shot this was. Ding refused it. Lisowski knocks it in.
Given their context, two reds from distance that are two of the best you'll ever see.
And that's a clever shot he's played there. Played for this red to the left corner, but if he didn't finish ideal on it, he was on the other one. So it's now in Jack Lisowski's hands whether he goes through to the next round. And we've said it before, this is all about nerve. The pressure's eased by the black being tied up and the red on the left side cushion. This is the blue that he missed, which could have won him this frame of match.
11.
Has he come far enough? I don't think he has, you know. He did. So, 55 the lead. Still needs two reds. This one's
17.
easy. But the next one, not quite so easy. What a match he's played, Ding Junhui. The red easy enough, but getting to the colour, to be on it, to be on the next red. That's not straightforward. Red and a pink easy enough, but where's the next red coming from?
$18.
He couldn't have played it any better. He can play the nudge to the reds, and he'll need one more red. What a performance from Lisowski in this final frame. Thoroughly deserved,
24.
knocking the long reds in.
It looks like being a triumph of composure over growing tension. It looks as if Ding is going to exit the Crucible in the first round for the 4th consecutive year. But what a gargantuan effort he's put into this.
He's probably played the best of anybody. And yet with that red,
25.
he's going to lose.
You can't help feeling sorry for Ding. But
31.
so many people around the world will be delighted for the jackpot.
32.
Jack Lisowski. Is this the coming of age? It's only the first round. Let's not get carried away.
38. Spider.
But the way he's won this surely will boost his confidence to a new level.
Yeah, and against an in-form
39.
Ding Junhui, who've made 8 breaks over 50, 2 centuries.
$45.
It's been a low-key season for Jack Lisowski. But now, when it matters most, Jack is back in the winner's circle. What a match. A classic. Jack Lazowski defeats Ding Junhui by 10 frames to 9. It was quality all the way. And now, Stuart Bingham awaits in the last 16.
A player who has made an extraordinary return to the Crucible for the first time in a decade. His century break yesterday gave us a glimpse into why it's been such a great season. And this 52-year-old Welsh Romeo credits his new French girlfriend for his revival in form. He's already been out warming up the crowd today, and she'll be telling him to go for it once again. Here comes the one and only spaceman, Dominic Dale. How'd you follow that? His opponent, who produced a barrage of big breaks yesterday, a century, a 96 and 5 other half centuries, the best we've seen from him all season. And he is now, of course, just 2 frames away from a 9th successive appearance in the last 16. The former finalist is looking right back to his best. Here comes the warrior, Kyron Wilson.
Frame 11, Dominic Dale to break.
The point of no return already for the spaceman. Dominic Dale breaking off 9-1 behind. What a chance he had to make an encouraging start to the morning, missing the pink. Kyron Wilson stepping in with a 65 break to move to the cusp of victory. That is perhaps one area where Kyron will feel he can improve, assuming he gets the job done going forward. His long potting hasn't been quite as reliable as it would normally be.
Yeah, caught the yellow as a result. Left this red for Kyron, just came down. Have a look at the black. He's going to hold for the black at least about a lot of drag. Yeah, you can see there.
One.
Exactly where he was addressing the white ball. Delivered the cue through slowly. The drag just took all the pace out of the white. Very well played. A little bit on the wide side. As a result, ended up a bit closer to the side cushion than he would have liked.
8.
Kind of good example there of Kyron's technique. 9. Everything in a line. From his elbow, to his chin, to the cue, to the middle of the white.
Team Wilson will be more than
60.
happy with what they've seen in this match so far.
$17.
Yeah, perfect angle on the black here to go into them. Go into them hard, or you can play more controlled and try and play that red above the black. Play that very well.
24.
Still early days, of course, but it's 3 reds, 3 blacks. Again, the fact that he's 9-1 up, I wouldn't be at all surprised if he desperately tries to stay on the black. The match was a bit
25.
closer. You'd be far more concerned with making sure you get the frame on the board. But you can see that the ball's very well spread.
He became the 9th player to make one at the Crucible last year against
32.
Ryan Day. The 13th in the history of this tournament, which then became the 14th from Mark Selby in the final.
Yeah, if the scoreline was closer, probably play the red in the middle for the blue. Slightly more difficult, but he can stay in the black. I think the crowd are beginning to sense the significance of this opportunity. You can see there that red goes to the right middle. Certainly no reason why you shouldn't win the frame and match.
40.
Of course, it's totally focused on the 147. And bar that red on the close to the right side cushion. No real obstacles.
41.
It was the 41st anniversary on Tuesday of the very first one here at the Crucible Theatre from Cliff Thorburn against Terry Griffiths.
$48. $49.
Yeah, just a bit short of pace. Yeah, it's going to be very
56.
difficult to go back for the black.
No question that Wilson is completely focused on another maximum here at the World Championship, as well as finishing this match off in the process.
57.
Yeah, you can hear the cries of good shot from the crowd. Again, the shot he played there, more up than that, was the wrong shot. But not really a chance of a 147.
The first real tester in this break. And he's just about wobbled it in. The crowd know what's going on here. Still pretty early in the piece,
64.
but Wilson knows how to do it. He knows how to do it at this venue. He's made 4 before. Dominic Dale just a handful of balls away from defeat. And then he'll be cheering Kyron on as well.
75.
It's possible if he was straight here, he could maybe screw back and maybe disturb the pink. No, it doesn't have the angle. He's controlled this very well. 72 ahead, just needs one more red now to win the frame and therefore the match.
72.
Probably fearful of coming today that they might only get to see 2 frames, but one of them could be historic.
So this is the first part of the equation. Match ball. The red closest to the pink is a potentially
80.
awkward one to negotiate.
Yeah, he got quite a full contact on that red, so he's just looking, dropping this red in. He's going to be high or quite high on the black. He's just seeing where's the best position he can leave himself.
$81.
Yeah, not the best cannon he's ever played. We know he's very good with the rest. Or can he stretch?
It's there. It's not getting any easier. That was a great pot.
88.
Excitement rising among the family and in this auditorium, but another pressure pot to negotiate. Oh, what a shame. Kyron Wilson misses the 12th red in his pursuit of a maximum, which would have set the seal on a nigh-on perfect first-round performance. The former world finalist looks in the mood to go deep once again. A superb all-round display. Dominic Dale, back here for the first time in a decade, had no answers. Kyron Wilson looks in terrific shape. No 1-4-7, not for now anyway, but an emphatic 10-1 victory. He'll play Joe O'Connor in round 2.
Back for the first time in 8 years. His century in the penultimate frame demonstrated the class that saw him through qualifying. He will be desperate to give it absolutely everything. So come on, Sheffield, raise the roof for Robbie Williams. And his opponent, a player arguably in the best form of his life. Winner of 3 major crowns already this season. Now just 3 frames away from a 13th appearance in the last 16. Reigning champion of champions, reigning players champion, and the pride of Northern Ireland. Here comes Mark the Pistol Allen.
Welcome to Discovery Plus.
The 16th frame. Mark Allen to break.
So, will Robbie stay in the same attacking mode? Try Try and pop this red.
Mark Allen has lost in the first round of the Crucible 5 times. The first of those defeats was in 2008. He was 9-7 up, lost 10-9. Mind you, that was to Stephen Hendry. Also beaten in the first round by the likes of Cao Yupeng, Mark King, Zhou Yulong, and most recently in 2020 by Jamie Clark. Never thought I'd be reading off the list of his first round defeats this afternoon. It seemed a formality that he was going to win, and with ease. Bold safety. 2 reds close to the top right-hand corner pocket, but both have been covered by the yellow.
A mistake, and it could be a bad one.
One.
That was so unfortunate, just on the
Make sure
backswing.
those devices are switched off or at least on silent.
A mobile phone went off. Up on the shot, thankfully it went in. Our Master of Ceremonies, Rob Walker, before every session, pleads with the crowd, please turn your phones off. And yet, every session, 1 or 2, maybe more than that, go off.
You know, the first time that they asked somebody to leave because of that, I don't think there'll be many more going off after that.
Nine.
I think what happens, the crowd heed Rob Walker's advice and then turn the phones back on at the mid-session interval, and sometimes forget that they need to be turned back off.
11.
Can Mark Allen put this to bed? We've been saying that for a while now.
$19. $20.
Hasn't worked out. Unless there's a red to the left middle.
27.
And there very well could be. So the question is, can he get to the black or pink?
$28.
That's more like it. It would help if he could reach this. Full stretch. Yeah, right in the middle.
And knowing Mark Allen, I think the mistakes he's made on the verge of victory haven't been the result of nerves, more the result of a lapse in concentration with a big lead. But the closer it gets, the more the tension will rise.
Yeah, he's on a red there to the corner, look, and he's on a red to the middle. But neither one of them are ideal to get to the colour. Looks to have a straight red to the bottom corner as well. But that was always a good red to play. The way he was nodding his head, I didn't think he could play that.
$43. $44.
With every ball potted, gets closer to reaching the last 16 at the Crucible for the 13th time.
52.
And indeed for the 4th year in succession.
Yes, and he'll have the belief that he can win it. And no reason why he shouldn't.
$59. $60.
So a red and a big colour.
62.
Should see him safe and into the next round. And he'll play the winner of John Higgins and Jamie Jones.
They start out tonight, and you can see that on Discovery Plus.
Well, it's been a good break, this.
70.
And that should make him feel a lot better, winning in one visit, going into the last 16.
71.
Only the second frame in the match he's won in a single visit. Made 80 to win frame 7 yesterday.
74.
It's been a valiant rearguard action from Robbie Williams, but he remains winless at the Crucible. But he will end the season with his best ever world ranking.
82. '83.
Mark Allen could end the season with the best ranking there is. Number 1. He will need to improve on this performance,
90.
but he would be the first to appreciate that.
91.
And at least when the chips were down, he's produced his best, his highest break of the match.
98. 99. 105.
And that's the way to do it. I think Robbie Williams actually inspired him. The way that Robbie played in the last frame.
110. 114.
Allen's 54th century at the Crucible. 46th this season, and the contribution that's eventually taken him over the line. Today there are a few mistakes, but in the end, in the final analysis, Mark Allen got the job done, and that's what he's been doing these last couple of years. Mark Allen defeats Robbie Williams 10-6. You could say he made a meal of it, but he's finished in time for dinner.
The first match win on the Crucible stage in 10 years. 3 times he's made it to the quarters. 4 times a ranking event champion. 2 decades after his Sheffield debut, he's still loving the biggest arena of all. So give it up for Ryan Dynamite Day. And his opponent, what character he displayed from 5-2 down yesterday, bidding for a 12th appearance in the last 16, multiple semi-finalist, runner-up of course in 13. He is the reigning European Masters champion, the eagle-eyed Barry Hawkins. And now to a...
Again, very interesting.
So it's 9-8 to Ryan Day. He was 8-5 down and he was really struggling. The interval came along, something changed. Hawkins, yes, has missed a few, but Ryan Day has held firm. Played one of the shots of the tournament on the green in that last frame, and he needs one more to reach the last 16. Can Barry Hawkins, though, take us to what will be a 50-sider in this first round?
It's been a pretty open match, all things considered. But this is where you might end up getting a frame where balls just drift into awkward spots. But the brown has already gone on top of the green ball. Black's not really that accessible at this stage. Now he's going to maybe come on the attack himself here. Oh dear, that's not hit well. Looks like he's got away with it. Well, the plant's not a natural, not from there. You're going to have to cut the first thread thinner than what would be the potting angle. And this is so dangerous, it's untrue. Ball's going everywhere. Well, he potted at least two. That's as many as I saw going in.
Yeah, two went in. He's on the blue.
Two.
He's got a chance.
Very brave shot, I guess. It's one of those shots, if nothing goes in and he leaves a chance, we're saying it's a foolish shot, but clearly not the case. And he really fancied it. He believed that the plant was gettable. And he actually got the pink in play also.
7. Eight.
Well, look, it's a great chance. Whether he could go on and win the frame and match here, I don't know, because the balls aren't necessarily in his favour, but, you know, a break of 35 or something, goodness, that would feel a lot. Balls strewn everywhere. I think he's on one. I think he's on one through the gap, but it's tricky. And he's hitting other reds. Not a favourable kiss on the red on the side cushion there.
$15.
Yes, it's not been the sort of match that, you know, suggests it's going to be as simple as just getting in and winning a frame.
No, but he's got something
Ping
nasty up his sleeve here to try and hit that cannon on the green. That would be pretty unpalatable if you're Barry Hawkins.
Round
Not done
15.
it. But crucially has got cover on that red. So, one good shot here, and it's a much better chance than the previous. If you could pop this and get on a high-value colour, this red, this match may not go all the way to a decider, which, despite it having that feel about it, composing himself for what is a big shot.
Yeah, just slightly hampered. But he's played it really well.
Well, it's an absolute peach. That is just the best thing you could see as result-wise if you're Ryan Day or a fan of his. Lovely nudge on the red. Again, no one's saying he's going to clear the whole table, but he really can put some distance between himself and Barry Hawkins in this frame now.
Eight.
I think he clearly would have liked to have been straighter on this. And he has to avoid the two reds below the black and coming through onto the black, seemingly into the same pocket as the red he's knocking in.
Nine.
Smattering of applause. Don't know if he's got the perfect angle here. If it's straight, he's definitely got the power to just zip the cue ball back on the two reds. Yeah, the angle's there. He's so much better when he really attacks the cue ball, isn't he?
16.
Gets through it. When he kind of half hits the shot, that's when I think problems creep into his game. He needs to remain aggressive at all times, I think, Ryan Day. Well, he was lucky there, because he did not play that. He played on the four reds in the bunch to hit those.
24.
Yes, must stay positive. Still on the red. Plunges it in.
Yes, and another shot at these four reds and bringing them into play. And you can feel the tension and feel the way he's getting really pumped, as he has been in the last few frames. Well, that's very good. That's very good. No applause, but it'll come to
32.
people notice that he's on this red beautifully. Pink there. Just the tension of the situation could stop him now because he's well on his way.
Well, he was looking really good yesterday, 5-2. Seemed over-anxious to get further in front, ended up 5-4. Made no impact at all on the first four frames tonight. The interval came along at the right time, and since then he's looked very aggressive, up for
40.
it. He's played with authority. Okay, a few things have gone wrong, but he stood tall, and Ryan Day is close to winning his first match here in a decade. He needs another red after the pink. Checking the scores. Big moment for him. He's missed a few crucibles along the way. He's had some disappointments. He only just qualified in a decider against Scott Donaldson a week ago. But that should be the winning ball. And credit to him, he's really gone for it from 8-5 down.
Indeed, well, he lost a chunk of 6 frames in a row, didn't he? And it must have been very disheartening. But definitely, after that mid-session, he came out and played more aggressively, and he's not only taken that to the point where he got level, he's maintained it. He's got all the cue power, all the shots. And he seems to have got a bit of belief about him tonight. Two of the good guys in the game. You feel for Barry Hawkins, but you can't help but being pleased for Ryan Day as well.
This red, and it should be over. And there it is. No playing on from here, and he knows it. That's why you see the clenched fist. He hasn't won a match since 2014 at the Crucible. You can understand the delight. And the supporters are just as delighted for him.
61.
And it looks very much like Ronnie O'Sullivan in the next round. Of course, he's 8-1 up overnight against Jackson Page. So that's going to be a massive occasion for Ryan Dynamite Day.
Ryan Day, 61.
Who's made an explosive comeback. He'd lost 6 on the spin. He was 8-5 down at the interval. Something needed to change, and it did dramatically. Another seed is out. Another one gone. Barry Hawkins beaten by Ryan Day by 10 frames to 8.
And now to a player who produced a brilliant performance in qualifying to secure a second Crucible appearance. His break of 1-4-2 yesterday gave us a glimpse of the quality that took him to the World Open semis last month. He will give it absolutely everything this afternoon. So come on, raise the roof, Sheffield, for action, Jackson Page. Finally, to the greatest player in history, 2 frames away from a record-extending 28th appearance in the last 16. Winner of 5 major crowns already this season. 7 times a champion of the world, the Rocket, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Just a reminder, on Discovery Plus, you can watch Dave Gilbert and Robert Milk. Ronnie O'Sullivan to brink.
So it's day 6 at the Crucible, and Ronnie O'Sullivan on the brink of a place in round 2 of this Kazoo World Championship. 9-1. He's won the first of the afternoon with a break of 79. Sullivan beat Tepchara Nu here in 2020, 10-1. That was, in terms of time, the quickest ever match. This won't be as fast, but it's comprehensive so far. Yeah, it lasted just 108 minutes, actually. Average frame time of just under 10 minutes. Because Tepchara's no slouch in that department either.
Good enough safety shot that. He's just blocked off the left side of the table for any thin safety shots. But as ever, the hard thing, I think, with beating RonnieO'Sullivan is there isn't really a weakness in there, is there? Let's be honest, he can play all the safety shots. You know, his long game is invariably pretty good, and when it is, everything else works. Break building is the greatest ever. You know, it's all there. Tactically, he can scrap it out if he needs to. So what do? I guess you have to play the snooker of your life, especially in a long match, and that's kind of how Luca Brecel did for him last year. 10-6 down and just blasted him off the table, but it's easy to say and not so easy to do. It's not happening here, but you know, someone is going to have to stop him from picking up his 8th title. Plenty are capable of doing it, but actually going ahead and doing it so is not quite so easy.
No, it's a formidable challenge, whoever you are, whatever you've won. And many have done it here, of course, but assuming this match is kind of done, there's only going to be 4 players who can do it, because there's only 4 rounds left to play. Ryan Dale with the next one.
That's a good cue ball, isn't it? Of course, to add to that, and I mentioned this yesterday, is Ronnie's been beaten a few times this season in amongst all those wins in huge events, but all of the players that have beaten them were here at the beginning of the week and have all been knocked out in the last few days, so there's not anyone who's done for him this season left in the draw.
Of course, if the match were to finish 10-1, the wall would go up, so the spectators will get to see lots of snooker, but I'm sure plenty of people would like this to go on a bit longer.
Well, he tried to, I think, sneak the cue ball in behind the green, but this is a test of cueing. This distance with the cue ball not quite on the bolt cushion, but pretty much close enough to make it not the easiest pot.
Yeah, he knew immediately that that wasn't going in. It has, though, run past the middle pocket at least.
Once again to get in behind the green ball here. A pretty fiendish snooker, if in it. That's a slight error. There haven't been many, but positionally of the cue ball, that is, it didn't quite get it onto the cushion nor behind the green, and he's pushed the red near a pocket, albeit don't think he can get to it without some sort of a plant. Playing Cushion first, in fact. Well, that's handy. That is handy, isn't it? Who would begrudge him that? Don't know if the black spot is free, that you can see the spot, but I don't know if it's going to have to go on the highest available. I think Scullion has got his eye on it, and he might have to be on the brown if this is not enough of it available. Well, unfortunately for Jackson Page, it does respot. Could be that it pots to the right corner from a specific area on the left side with the cue ball.
No.
Well, one thing's for sure, it's a strong end to the season, isn't it, for Jackson Page? He got to his first semi-final at the World Open in March, qualified for the second time here. Trying to open things up there. He's trying to just
14.
make something happen, and you can understand that. Doesn't expect to win, of course, but wants to go out on a high at least.
Foul. Jackson Page.
Well, that's
14,
an extraordinary
Ronnie
foul. I
O'Sullivan.
think he was just so eyes fixed on the cue ball that he let his cue just, I don't know, just hit the top of a red or something.
Not getting any better for him, is it? Of course, he's now been put in from there. You see it again.
A bit casual, wasn't it? Well, he couldn't make it up, really, could you, that kind of a foul? Your mind is somewhere else, thinking about that cue ball, where it was going to end up, and now he's got the problem of playing it from there himself. Wow, what a shot. Yes, he had a little bit of safety in mind. He's actually got the cue ball so far back to the bolt cushion that now the pot's gone in. He probably wishes it was a little further out so he could get clear access to the green. I'm not sure if he can see enough of the green. Well, maybe. It's tight, isn't it? No pot intended there. Just as well it didn't go in, that yellow. So, you know, he's playing absolutely hard as nails today. He's not eased up or anything.
Yeah, that's the bad news in a way for Jackson Page. He's been treated with the utmost respect here. Not, you know, the idea is 9-1, I'm going to win anyway. That's not come into it.
Foul, no miss.
I think the point is, look,
O'Sullivan, 4.
there's nobody who believes that at 9-1 that O'Sullivan's not going to win this match sooner rather than later. But from his point of view, doesn't want to slip into any bad habits. Doesn't want to go out there with sort of a blasé attitude to this situation. As I say, I think treat it like a further little practice session before the next round. At the moment, all he wants to do is put Jackson Page in a world of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, he could have had that put back, of course, but he tried to get him behind the green again. Didn't quite manage it.
Yeah, Sullivan's got a strange attitude to the ball's been put back off, and he plays from where they land, even when a miss has been called, and you can never quite get to the bottom of why. There was an occasion there. I don't know why he didn't have him put back behind the yellow.
Foul.
It was threatening to happen for a couple of shots.
Page 4.
Well, that was a mistake. Although it may not go punished.
Well, a chance here, maybe one piece of good cueing could be in. Had a look to see if the black goes.
One.
It's very fine cueing. I think if the black does go, it's a real opening, in fact. As you say, went to have a little check down there. That red was not so easy where he's cueing from. Well, it was very close to knocking the red over the middle, but that was not anything like what he played. He looks pretty disgusted with that last shot.
I think that's the interesting thing about this session. He's come out with the same sort of intensity. If we didn't have the score scrap on, you might not know it was 9-1.
Thank you. RonnieO'Sullivan.
Which, in a way, I think is a good thing. Keeping the same sort of level up, even though the match feels over.
Yeah, I just immediately think of a player like that from years ago, Steve Davis, one of the all-time greats. I mean, he would take great delight in sort of pummeling the opposition into the ground, and he would do it for maybe the next time that he should meet them, and so it lived in their memory for too long. He was completely ruthless. Yes, the game's changed, but his attitude was that he wanted to absolutely put them away as quickly and as efficiently as possible. I think the red above and to the right of the black might cut into the right corner. It is a thin one, but it is a red that could bring something to O'Sullivan. Yeah, that's the one.
One.
Nice pot. He hasn't finished with an angle that is very suitable on the green either. Going to use power here.
Four. RonnieO'Sullivan, 4.
Said about O'Sullivan's intensity. It's the same with Jackson Page. He's not just throwing his cue at the balls, is he? He's playing the proper stuff. They're both being professional. It's just that the scoreline is massively one-sided. Just looking for a thin edge.
Foul, no miss. Jackson Page, 4.
Looks like Page is going to go on the attack here.
One.
We can certainly hit the balls hard and maintain accuracy. He absolutely thumped that red in. This is really difficult. Well, I think actually the pace there was what stopped it going in. Those middle pockets are pretty miserly from what we've seen Plenty of players are missing into them.
Well, that could be the last throw of the dice, maybe. Still work to do here. He really does straddle eras, doesn't he, O'Sullivan? I mean, when he first played here, the likes of Terry Griffiths, Dennis Taylor, Cliff Thorburn, Alex Higgins were still playing at the Crucible. Steve Davis still a top player. Of course, it was the year of Hendry and Jimmy. And he's repelled a few challengers over the years as well. The younger players coming along, still the man to beat. But this frame ended up very scrappy. I mean, even if it had potted that blue, there was work to do, wasn't there, where the bulls are? So it's not quite the procession that it might have been this frame yet, but it's still going to be tough for both to win it in one visit.
One.
It's ever such a good shot, albeit he's just pushed the red beyond the middle. Yeah, that was also good, but it is a really difficult table, as you can see. So where are the points going to come from? Even if you went for that thin black, it wouldn't be landing him anywhere near a red.
Green ball. Jackson page 9.
Now that is a superb safety shot. That really is. There's not a lot of room to manoeuvre there.
Well, he's opened a few up here. So, again, a chance with a good piece of cueing.
One.
Because you mentioned, Dave, that O'Sullivan straddles eras. I'm sure he played Fred Davis once, didn't he? Which kind of is the ultimate, really, in one player linking a completely past era to here he is playing all the youngsters in the game, like Jackson Page. Hard to think that anyone would link players of that generation to the ones playing now, but he is the link.
Yes, Fred was in his late 70s. I think Ronnie was 16. Fred Davis played in the World Championship in the 1930s. I bet those guys just wouldn't believe the way snooker has developed. Joe Davis, actually, of course, Fred's brother, who won the first World Championship in 1927, he did come to the Crucible first couple of years and saw the start of this era.
13.
He gave that extra, and that was because he wanted to pop the red and try and move the other red out. I don't know if it's still on. And obviously that saucer that's appeared on the right of the screen would be where he would want to finish after his next colour. But I think initially he was thinking about moving that red on the cushion on this shot. I don't think he can do it where he finished up.
21.
And also landing in the area which is there, it's slightly hampered by the pink being there. I think he can just to the left of the pink play there. Nice touch.
28.
Well, it's not been a dash for the line in this frame, but the fact is, this black is essentially for victory, barring snookers. And in it goes. It just never looked like a session that could turn 8-1. Jackson Page, the one frame he's won was with a blistering 142 total clearance, but he was just up against it. He was up against it from the off. Let's be honest, Ronnie O'Sullivan's season has been exemplary in terms of what he's won. And he's chasing down to add to an 8th UK Championship and an 8th Masters, an 8th World Championship. There's only 4 people now who can stop him because he's got 4 more matches to play.
Thank you.
Will Jackson Page play on here, needing 2 snookers?
28.
He's going to. He looks switched on from yesterday. He was very businesslike. He's been the same today. He's played this as if it was 0-0 this session. Treated his opponent with every respect. It makes him dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long way off that O'Sullivan will become world champion again, but I mean, it would be quite the most extraordinary season should he do so, picking up all of the 3, if you like, Triple Crown events, UK Masters, Worlds. He won again in Shanghai, of course, on the big Saudi event, World Grand Prix. I'm sure I've missed something else out there, but even then, it's just a lot of money that he's earned and a lot of prestige on top.
3 frame in the match.
So, for the 28th time in his career, Ronnie O'Sullivan survives round 1 at the World Championship. He did more than survive. It was completely one-sided.
And one in a decider.
The 16th frame. John Higgins to break.
And for John Higgins, who has had 1 or 2 issues in more recent times getting over the line in matches, he'll be very keen to put this to bed very quickly.
I think at 9-6, John Higgins is psychologically comfortable enough still, but should Jamie Jones reduce the deficit to 2 frames at 9-7, it could be slightly more unnerving for John Higgins.
Could have done without that kiss, although it could have been worse. Yes, and given that Higgins has had issues of late with crossing the line in matches he's been in control of, then 1 or 2 of those scars might be reopened if Jones can keep the pressure up by winning this frame. That's what Jones will be hoping anyway. This is a tricky opening red for Higgins, but if he gets it, he could be in business. Right in the middle.
Yes, good pot from John Higgins, but there wasn't a great deal of pressure on it because he couldn't really have left Jamie Jones a potable red had it not gone in. But this is an excellent opportunity now for John Higgins. He'd love to somehow get that black ball into play. If one of the two reds next to the black will pot somewhere, then he will have the opportunity to bring it into play.
Seven. $12. $13.
Now, I must presume that the black is actually on its spot. Although I can see a little mark just to the right of the black. I wonder if that's the spot, but as long as the red that's next to this black will still pot, is okay. Well, I'm not sure whether the black spot is available. Is the pink spot available? If it isn't, I'm just wondering whether this red will still go. Rob Spencer will have to make sure that black is as close to that red as he can get it without touching it. Well, John still thinks that red's on.
$21.
Well, the pink spot must be occupied.
27.
Well, that's not such a bad result for John Higgins because the black near this top cushion would have been a problem. But having the pink on the black spot does help somewhat. Nicely controlled. The stun run through has given John Higgins a good angle on this pink. This is the key shot coming up. If he can pot the pink and stun into the pack of reds and avoid that loose one at the back of the pack, he may very well be on that loose red as a guarantee. Needs to make sure, though, not to miss this pink.
No mistake on the pink this time. He has missed two this evening, about the only pots that he has missed, but the split could have been kinder. No easy red to go at.
Yeah, too much backspin there. Could have done with stunning into the reds rather than screwing into them. Attempting the double.
John Higgins.
But he had to make sure to cover that red near the green pocket, and I don't think he has.
Well, that was a let-off for Higgins, having left the red in attempting the double, which for once he didn't get.
Yeah, and I think John can make this plant, you know, into the centre pocket. He's guaranteed to be on the green, if not the blue. I think John will fancy this. It does need to be made, as you can see. But the cue ball's in a good position in terms of the angle that John has to try and produce this plant. Just beginning to lose a touch of composure, perhaps, John Higgins. The way he played that plant just seemed a little edgy to me. Nerve endings becoming a little frayed, perhaps.
Cheers, Jimmy. Thank you.
Higgins looking to create one further opening, which would give him the chance to kill this match off. Already 34 points in front. Had half a chance just now with the plant that he attempted, which didn't work out. Oh dear, that could be the beginning of the end for Jamie Jones.
Played this with a lot of right-hand side to swing the cue ball around the angles, but whenever you create, especially on these new cloths, a lot of side spin, it pushes the cue ball in the opposite direction, and it's the spin on the cue ball that enables you to spin the cue ball back to the side of the ball that you're trying to hit, and he's just misjudged it. But John has misjudged that.
Definitely one or two signs of tension inside of victory. So, a chance for Jones to get right back in this frame at the very least. And if he can win this one, the pressure will begin to mount on Higgins to finish the job.
Oh, cue ball just pulling up in time there. Thought for a moment he's going to be on nothing. Black, of course, out of commission, but there are plenty of loose reds and colours for Jamie to get right back into this frame and erase that deficit. But winning the frame from here certainly won't be easy.
Seven. 8. $30. Cheers.
We've already lost 8 seeds, of course, at this year's World Championship, which ties the record. It's happened on 3 previous occasions: 1980, 1992 and 2012. So if Jamie Jones could create something extraordinary here from 9-5 behind, we'd be looking at a new record. Still a long way off that, but this is a chance to just give
17.
Higgins a few more concerns.
$23.
2 more easily available reds for Jamie Jones. The red that's to the right of the black, if he could somehow get that one out the way. Not now, he'd want to leave that to much later on in this break. But then the black could be potted, and that would bring into play the red just to the left of the black, which would also then be pottable.
$30.
Jamie tried to cannon the black there.
30.
Bring further reds and the black into the open, but he missed the cannon. Just 3 points behind. He can still cut the brown in, but getting onto red from it won't be easy.
Jamie Jones, 31.
Back in the frame, just 3 points adrift now. Where's this red? Not great for Higgins. Another chance for Jones. Eager to get it over with.
Thank you. One.
He is a good rest player, Jamie Jones, and that was a good one. Just has enough angle to work with on the blue. Just wanted a little bit more left-hand side on the cue ball to bring him closer to this red. It's very missable, this.
Jamie Jones 6.
The red eludes him, so the chance now falls to Higgins. On the face of it, Higgins in a comfortable position on the scoreboard, but you can feel the tension rising out there.
Well, John will want to play for the black from this red. That would make the remaining red behind the black spot much easier. But he hasn't played it well. Doesn't have the angle on the black to play for the last red. May have to consider the brown now. Now, I just wonder if John's thinking differently here, whether he'll just try and pot the black and snooker Jamie Jones on the remaining red. That does seem to be his course of action. So he'll stun the red around the angles. Just needs to make sure the red doesn't cannon into the brown.
John Higgins 8.
I don't think John will be particularly pleased. The red did just fractionally cannon the brown, but this is very swervable around the black and the blue. Very good shot from John Higgins, and I just wonder if that brown could cause a problem here for Jamie Jones, whether it's in the way of the easy escape. Maybe okay, actually. Must hit this red. He could leave a free ball if he doesn't. And he hasn't hit the red, and it is a free ball.
John Higgins 7, free ball.
John Higgins suffered this fate early in the match after Jones needed a snooker. Higgins failing to swerve out of it and leaving a free ball. Jones cleared up to steal on the black. So the green's an extra red.
One.
Oh, John's played a poor one there. The red and the black would have put him 27 ahead with 27 on. But this red is very tricky now, and can he hold for the black?
Looks wide.
John Higgins, 7.
A let off for Jones.
Jamie would be very disappointed to have left a potable red on here for John Higgins. He'll feel they ought to have kept that red safe, but there's still pressure on this for John Higgins. That yellow is a ball he's going to need.
No question that Higgins is feeling it a bit in his bid to get this match over with as quickly as possible. One or two errors that we saw early in the match have crept back in recent times after what has been overall a very solid performance to get him into this winning position, which he still hasn't quite been able to convert.
Some of John Higgins' safety shots as well are not being played as well as he'd like them to be. But Jamie's shaping up to take this red on. It's a big shot, this.
He never backs down from the big shot, Jones, and they say fortune favours the brave. Happily for him, having missed the red, he's not left it. The difference.
Another safety from John Higgins that wasn't executed quite as well as he would have liked. But it's not going to be easy here for Jamie to do a lot with this. As we have a look at that near capacity auditorium here at the famous Crucible Theatre in Sheffield. What an atmosphere it is.
It's the kind of place where even if you've got a handsome lead, you don't feel safe. The pressure in this place is magnified beyond any other tournament. Even if you're John Higgins, one of the greats who's been there, done it all, won everything.
Foul.
Well, he would rather that was in, I think.
Jamie Jones, 4.
Because he was leaving a red for Jones had it stayed above ground. No question it's getting nervy. So I imagine how much more nervy it might get if Jones can pinch this frame. The red's still on, obviously, albeit from a greater distance than it might have been. Oh, so close, so close. And because it was so close, it stayed adjacent to the pocket. Another chance for Higgins to kill this off.
Yeah, good effort, wasn't it? Just a fraction out. But John will need, in all likelihood, to pot the green after the yellow to secure frame and match. So all of a sudden the yellow becomes a problem because he'd have to play it at pace.
What?
Wanted to be on the blue, but has overrun. He could drop the brown in very slowly and he'd be on the yellow, but as I say, he'd need the green. So he couldn't just drop the yellow in, he'd have to stun it in to get back across for the green. Played the brown as slowly as he could. Oh, he's on the yellow, but this is tough.
5.
One good pot and position required.
Excellent pot from Higgins. There was plenty of pressure on that. Things have become just a little hairy in recent times, losing the previous frame, which he might have won, but now frame ball and match ball. And it's there, and suddenly the pressure is released. Jamie Jones has given it everything. He's had a very good World Championship. He came through 2 rounds of qualifying. He beat Neil Robertson from 8-5 down.
40.
And he gave John Higgins plenty to think about in the early stages of this match when he led 3-1. But Higgins overall has put together a very solid performance.
90.
And he's very happy about it. He's very proud of his longevity in the game, John Higgins, and he's very keen to preserve his place in the top 16, which he's held since way back in 1995 when he made his Crucible debut. He's come through a tough match in the first round, and the 4-times world champion is looking in pretty good shape. He set up a blockbuster with Mark Allen in round 2. John Higgins through at the expense of Jamie Jones here at the Crucible by 10 frames to 6.